Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Themis and Thoth. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking, go and get that. Drop a one if you can hear me. Milk, cat, dog. Welcome to the membership. Brianna Smith, welcome to the membership. I appreciate you both. Okay. So, before we start, as a sort of way to sort of recalibrate before we get into this, I want us to look at the lady from last week. Well, oh, that was yesterday. Me talking about last week, that was yesterday. And the lady from yesterday, she she believed she's trying to convince us. Hey Chanel, hey Amaris. She's trying to convince us that she believes that her husband was in fact a religious person, that her husband believed in any meaningful way in their religion. The husband that was cheating on her, the husband that was allegedly abusing her, the husband that was disrespectful, all of that. I'm going to play, this has nothing to do with the video, but obviously I've been going through her content. And I just have to show you all this little conversation she has with her boyfriend. So she's talking to her husband, about her husband rather, her ex-husband, and her current boyfriend had to point out to her that he does not think that the ex-husband was in fact religious. And I thought that was a given, but apparently it didn't click. So let me let me show let me show y'all this. This is not about that video. I'm just gonna show y'all this in the beginning because I was shocked that she was shocked.
And as I wrapped everything up, and I had been saying, yeah, my ex-husband left church on the same day, Kevin made a statement that would totally rock my world. He said, I know you and I know Jake and I know kind of the history of your past. And you always say that, Jenny. You always say, me and my husband left church on the same day. And he said, I suspect that that is not the truth. You and Jake were never on the same page. And I doubt that you both miraculously lost your faith in Mormonism on the same day at the same time. I feel like Jake probably never believed in it or was faking it for quite some time. So Kevin absolutely blew my mind. So I sat down at my computer and emailed Jake. I never talked to Jake. I never called him. I don't email him. I do not care. His life is over there. Mine is over here. And I sent him an email. I need some answers to a question. Did you lose your faith in the church at the same time? He didn't reply to the email, but just a couple weeks later, he had his one weekend a month with our 15-year-old son. And I told Kevin, I said, I'm going to get answers to this question today. So Jake didn't know that he was about to be sabotaged. Once my son and Kevin got in the car, I said, you guys just sit there for a minute. I was in Jake's driveway and I said, buddy, I need answers to this question. That day, 6 years ago, that I walked out of Mormon church and we left the church together. The next week, we went to the Christian church and we resigned from the religion. Did we both just coincidentally lose our faith at the same time, or had you already stopped believing in Mormonism? I can see Kevin like looking in the rearview mirror at us talking. I have my hands on my hips, bracing myself for the answer. And here's what my ex-husband said. He said, Jenny, our whole life was fake. Our marriage was fake. Much of who I was fake. No, I didn't believe in the Mormon church. Why is that a surprise to you that that was fake too? I started to just outright bawl. So here I am standing in Jake's driveway crying my eyes out. And I was so mad. He's like, why are you crying? Why are you crying? He's like, Kevin, help. Why is she crying? I was like, I am so angry. Everything that I endured for 24 years, having my son go out on a mission, all of the tithing that we paid, the degradation, the endangerment, the horrible things that priesthood leaders did to me, all of that, and you didn't believe it? Why were you doing this? And Jake said, well, it was part of my beard. You would have questioned things if I had ever shown any lack of faith in the church. And also, I felt like it was overall pretty good for the kids to have scouts and young women in seminary. So I saw no reason to take the kids out of the church, and I saw no other way to raise the kids. And when I asked him, when did you stop believing in the church? Because he was a returned missionary. We went to the temple, got married. And when did you stop believing? He said, just a few years into our marriage. He named a couple of events. And he said, that was it. I no longer believed in the.
All right. I don't need to hear nothing more from this lady. The Love Twice. Did you go see Twice perform, by the way? You've been a member for 19 months. Thank you so much. I'm ready for the mess. Well, we have to ground set before level set before we get into the mess. But the fact that women are going to church and they think these men actually believe anything, like, I'm not saying no man, like, particularly in Christianity. Let's just be clear. Particularly in Christianity, these men do not believe anything they're saying. The pastors don't believe anything. The men in the church, the deacons, none of them people believe anything. Maybe in the Catholic Church, you'll find, not even there. A lot of these men believe in the Bible to the extent that it allows them power to oppress other people. That's it. That's all. Right? And so the idea that women are like, oh, you cheated on me, you lied to me, you used me, you abused me. Do you believe in the Bible? Girl, if they believed in that Bible and think that they should take care of you, do you think they would have treated you the way that they did? Their treatment of you, like, the whole idea that you'll know a tree by the fruit it bears tells you absolutely everything. But because you want to be delusional, because you want to be delusional and pretend like what is happening to you isn't actually happening to you, not doesn't mean that man believe nothing. That man does not. Most of the time, y'all dragging these men to church, and these men figure out that they can use church to control you. And that's what they do. It is what it is. It's that simple. Like, we're not about to play these games. These men don't believe in none of these church. These men don't believe in nothing. This man running amok out there in the street, and you go ask, hey, did you believe? It shouldn't even matter if he believe in the church or not. It should, his faith at this point should not even matter to you because he mistreated you. Anyway, actually, before this pissed me off, let's just move on. Before I get actually pissed off, let me just move on. Hi guys, today we're going to be talking about jealousy. I have intentionally not reviewed StephCo on this channel. Part of the reason is I just want the best for her. I watch her videos, pretty much all of them at this point, with a kind of sadness. Like, I've never walked away from a StephCo video and not felt deeply sad. That's not a thing. And I've decided that, you know what? This is the time and this is the topic. Because this whole jealousy conversation is something that I think we've been needing to talk about. And I need to be clear about this. And so we need to get into it. So I do wish StephCo well. I have no animosity, hatred, or anything. I actually will still continue to support her because I do actually want her to succeed in whatever path she's on. Like, I just want her to feel like she's won. And it's feeling like that's not a possibility. Like, it don't feel like this girl goes everything she won. So I mean, maybe when she get a man, I do not know, but it's a chop. So, but I will continue to watch her channel because I think StephCo might actually be the only content creator that, even with the manosphere included, that I have never agreed fully with a video. Like, I've never, like, even when I agree with the outcome or the conclusion, like, I usually don't even know how she get to these conclusions, but I honestly, and this is like from the purest place in me, I honestly wish her the best. Like, there is no animosity. It's just like we have very different worlds. I legit don't understand how she thinks about things. And I do find it fascinating to like see things from a different perspective. So that's that on that. No hate, all love, but we're gonna break down this video. This is not personal. And even if it seems personal, I will try my best to make it not personal. All right, I'm going to hit the intro and I'm gonna come back. Thesis statement up front. Here we go. If you think jealousy of your friends is something that is normal and that people should and do experience, that is, jealousy specifically of your friend, please note that you have a problem and you need to seek help. You should not be feeling a prolonged sense of jealousy towards your friend. Now, I understand that when we define jealousy, a lot of us do not include the negative emotion, the negative feeling, and the contempt under it, right? And so we're like, oh, I see my friend doing something that I want to do. And I really want to do that thing. And we claim that is jealousy. That is not how jealousy is defined at all. If you don't have that underlying negative feeling towards your friend, that is not jealousy. You can actually use this as motivation to do something with your life or do something better with your life, right? But if you believe that it is normal to have that negative feeling, particularly when we think about the Instagram video that we're about to watch, if you think that is normal, because she had a persistent negative emotion, and people are like, oh, no one is watching the video. We need to talk about how she is owning it and she's brave for owning it. No, 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 no. I don't care nothing about a bravery. It's brave when someone comes out and say, I did a negative thing. Whatever that negative thing is actually important. I legitimately thought she was going to tell a story where she felt jealousy and she overcame that jealousy. She caught herself, knew it was wrong, worked on it, and then figured out how to be friends with someone and remove the jealous feeling. No, she had a persistent feeling of jealousy. She never knew how to overcome it. And she is grateful that the friend and her ex-friend are no longer friends. So she did not have to deal with the jealousy. That is a problem. No, 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 no. You all do not get to sit up here and ignore what she said, because she is actually happy that they are no longer friends, which good on you, I guess. I don't know. But it wasn't I worked through this feeling and then I came out realizing what I need to do, right? Anyway, so we're going to do two things. We're going to watch the initial video, and then we're going to watch StephCo's video. We're going to watch the initial video. We're going to watch her follow-up video, and then we're going to go watch StephCo. All right, cool? Cool. Also, when you say everyone gets jealous of their friend, keep that to yourself. That's not a truth. Do not show your hand. This is how men talk when men are like, everyone cheat, or everyone treat women this way, or everyone think this way. No, you're trying to find comfort in your degeneracy, and this is degenerate. Prolonged feeling of jealousy over your friend is a problem. That is a huge problem. And do not think for a second, because you think jealousy is a real emotion, which it is, that everyone experiences, that now you can say, oh, but everyone experiences, so I don't know what. No, it's trash. If you hate is something we all feel. If you feel hate towards your friend, that's also a problem. If you feel persistent jealousy towards a friend that you're in community with, that is a problem. That's not good. And if you are feeling that currently, you do need help. All right. No longer being in proximity to someone to cause harm or have feelings of inadequacy is good as in a relief for her. She should not need one. She should not need that person. If your psyche is so fragile, then yes, period. But know that that's an issue. That she is gone from your life does not mean you have done the work. This is an internal thing. This is a personal thing that you need to work through. That the object of your jealousy no longer is in proximity with you for you to feel that feeling does not mean you have worked on that feeling. You actually do have to go do that work because that's a problem. All right. So let's play the let's play the initial video. We're going to talk about it. This is a young woman, and I think this is important. I think we have a bunch of feelings when we're young and growing up. This, by the way, is why I don't think you should be having a bunch of children. You should be jumping into marriage because I think you are still at 21, 20, 19, whatever, you're still trying to figure out who you are. Like you're literally, you have not have a conception of who you are yet. And to make these life-changing decisions about having children or whatever, I mean, do you, whatever, but I don't think you're ready. That's just my opinion. As a general matter, obviously there are exceptions to this, but if your frontal lobe is not developed, these decisions probably aren't decisions you should be making at that time, but period, do you, whatever. So there is a part of this that is about youth. There's a part of this that is about an unknowing on her part about how to deal with certain emotions and feelings or whatever. I'm not a psychologist. It is what it is. Do you figure that out? Hopefully, figure that out, right? So I don't want that to be missed in the conversation as I analyze this as if she was a full blown grown woman. I mean, she is a full blown grown woman, so that's that on that.
Friendships, but not as in, oh, my friend is jealous of me, but from the something that I've been wanting to talk about on here is jealousy within friendships, but not as in, oh, my friend is jealous of me, but from the perspective of being the friend who is jealous. I had a friend that I used to be friends with. We're not friends anymore. And you know what? For good reason, because genuinely, I don't think I could continue being their friend because of the fact that I honestly was just jealous of them. I luckily did not treat this person like trash. I know that typically when you are jealous of somebody, jealousy is just like so, it just takes so much energy out of you. It's so.
Also, that's absolutely impossible. If you are jealous of someone in a way where you are online now saying, thank God that friend is out of your life because you could not stop being jealous of them and it took a lot of energy for you to be in their life, you were treating them differently. You were treating them different than you would if you were not jealous. That is an impossibility. And I don't care how much you think, oh, Themis, you're reaching. No, it comes out. It comes out in the way you talk. It comes out in the tit for tat. It comes out in the ability to be empathetic when they have complaints. It comes out.
Hateful, and I know that a lot of the times when people are jealous of other people, they treat them horribly. They're just very rude to them. I knew that being jealous of this person was a waste of my energy, and I hated feeling that way, and it was something that I really, really struggled with. So that's why I want to talk about it. I'm glad that I didn't treat this person like trash because I was at least aware that, like,
not treating someone like trash is not being the same as completely preventing your negative emotions from causing you to treat them differently. You can treat someone badly without being treating them like trash. You can have a lack of ability to empathize with people without treating them like trash. It's even in the way you might dismiss your tone, the eye roll or whatever that can make someone feel unseen when they're telling you something. You are not about to convince me. I'm going to move on from this point, but you are not about to convince me that you did not treat this person accordingly based on the fact that you were jealous. That's not a thing you're going to convince me of, particularly when it's so pervasive that you, like, it wasn't even just a fleeting as you listen to her talk, this was not a fleeting thought like, oh my God, I wish I had that life. Oh, you're going around the world. I wish I could do that. Oh, you're rich. I wish I had that. Like that immediate thought that comes into your mind that you check immediately. As soon as you thought, oh, I mean, that's her lane, that's my lane. We're just two different people, but hopefully we're doing well together, right? So that's not what's happening. This sense of jealousy has destabilized her, that is taking a lot of mental energy for her to engage with her friend. And she expects us to believe that she didn't treat that friend differently. Oh, yeah, no, it's a chop, girl. It's a chop.
Jealousy is just like so consuming. But again, I just wanted to kind of talk about this. I am not very happy with where I am at in life currently. I have not been happy with my life for the past couple of years. And I was friends with somebody who was literally living like my dream life that I wish that I was living like at that time. Like they weren't necessarily like living the dream life that like I envisioned for like the future, like that kind of life. Like they're living like a life that like is just like very far ahead of mine, but like where they currently were at with their life is like where I wish I was currently at with my life. And mind you,
Yes, this is actually kind of scary to me. There, okay, I understand that a lot of people don't feel discomfort. A lot of people even identify with this. That is insane. And this level of insecurity is a problem that you need to go seek therapy for. Two things. One, if you are in your life unable to recognize that your path is completely different from someone else's path, and you're so focused on how they are and what they're doing on their path to whatever they're doing, that is only going to cause more problem. And no, I do not agree with people who are like, oh, well, she's just being vulnerable. No, this vulnerability is toxic. This is toxic. She said she didn't treat them horribly or like trash. She didn't say, yeah, no, so that's what I'm pointing out. Saying you did not treat someone horribly or like trash doesn't change the fact that you could treat them differently in a way that could negatively affect them based on the fact that you felt jealousy. I don't understand why you're correct. Like, I don't understand. I heard what she said, and I pointed out that saying you didn't treat them horribly or like trash didn't mean you didn't treat them differently, being animated by the fact that you were jealous of them. Someone said they disagree. I don't know. Here. Anyone who wants to disagree can come up. Here you go. Because I don't understand why people are trying to pretend that being jealous and looking over in people's lane is a positive thing, particularly your friend.
this person did not have to do anything to gain this lifestyle. They just kind of had this.
Friends treat each other differently. Yes, not because they are jealous of them. I treat different people differently, but I'm not treating you differently because I'm jealous of you. If I'm treating you differently because I'm jealous of you, that is a problem. I'm confused. What part of that is confusing? Okay, she's a human being that experienced negative emotion. We all experience negative emotion. Wow, controversial. No, it is controversial that she is jealous of her friend for a prolonged period of time, and she has not worked through her jealousy, and people are commending her for speaking up about her jealousy without her ever talking about how she is dealing with the fact that she was jealous of her friend. And the only way she could deal with this is that her friend was removed from her life, and that is the end of it. Oh, now I'm better because she's no longer in my life, affecting my mental health. My friend's success, my friend perceived privilege is causing me mental anguish. And the only way for me to be okay with that is for her to be outside of my life, is an insane take. That is diabolical. I'm not letting this go. Agreed. I see you in the back. You are connecting. I will add you as soon as you connect. There's someone named Plum. All right. Plum, go ahead. What do you
Hey,
disagree with?
Can you hear me?
Yep, you said you disagree. What do you disagree with?
Yeah, I just disagree in that emotions in themselves, they're not toxic. It's more like how one acts and deals with their emotions.
Did I say
Like, just
did I say emotions were toxic?
no. I'm not saying that you said that at all.
Yeah, but I'm
I'm saying,
asking the link. Wait, sorry. The link is for people
yeah,
who disagrees with me, particular with me. And
yeah.
jealousy is a
I was.
toxic emotion.
That is what I disagree with
All right,
because. Mhm,
go ahead.
mhm.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just in that jealousy, I think that everyone experiences it.
Yeah,
I
but
come from a,
wait, sorry. Because everyone experienced something doesn't mean it's not toxic.
I think it's more how you act on your jealousy that's toxic. I don't think that feeling a certain emotion, or that's like saying like having an automatic thought is like toxic.
All right.
It's not
I
something
think, I
people.
think, I think we're using words differently. I will
Mhm,
agree then that maybe it is not toxic. Let's not use the word toxic, but it is
mhm.
a negative emotion.
That I get that that's an opinion. That's an opinion. I I I don't agree with that opinion.
All
Just
right.
in that,
What does it mean to you?
mhm. Just in that, it's an emotion, and emotions aren't something that we can always control. And so, if we look at emotions like anger, for example, um, yeah, people tend to do really horrible things when they're feeling angry, but that doesn't necessarily mean that anger is a toxic emotion.
Wait, we transitioned. The
Mhm,
word toxic is too loaded because
mhm,
toxic implies a kind of
mhm,
disruption to environment and people around you. So
mhm, mhm,
I think prolonged jealousy is toxic. So her experience of jealousy is toxic, right?
mhm,
But we'll put that aside for now. I'm
mhm,
saying that jealousy, when we split good and into positive and negative emotion,
mhm,
jealousy falls on the negative emotion spectrum. That is the feeling of unpleasantness, painfulness. So we're thinking about fear, anger,
mhm.
sadness, shame, guilt, disgust, and
Yep,
jealousy.
yep. Absolutely. Like, it doesn't feel good. Like, it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good that like other people um know that you're feeling that way about them. Like, I can definitely see where you're coming from with that. With like, it is negative. It feels negative. But my point was just largely that like it's just how you handle your envy and your jealousy. If you're like treating, even
Wait,
I agree with what you.
pause.
Mhm,
Oh, sorry. So you were saying you agree, but I think you were going to go on to explain. But let's now move to. So we agree
mhm,
that this is a
mhm,
negative emotion.
mhm, mhm.
All right. Do you think this woman, her prolonged negative feeling, are you defending what she's saying?
Oh no. And also I don't. I haven't watched the full TikTok to even know exactly what she said. I just know that I watched another YouTuber's review of her TikTok, and they were talking about like that she was feeling jealous of her friend, that she was feeling envious of her friend and stuff like that, and it caused them to have like a schism in their relationship, in their friendship.
All right. Got
Mhm.
it. What is your thought, is your thought generally? Because I feel like we don't disagree yet.
Yeah, I my thoughts was just that one, what we already talked about before, like I disagree that jealousy and envy in itself is toxic. And then two, my point is just it's just how you deal with those feelings. If you ice out your friends, if you mistreat them, if you're passive aggressive to them, hell yeah, that's toxic. Like, do not do that. But just having the feeling of itself, not toxic,
Do
not
you think it's possible
problematic.
to have a feeling of jealousy and envy that's prolonged, aimed at an individual in your life without it animating any of your actions?
I think it's how you deal with it.
No.
I
Wait.
do think that.
Wait. All right, go ahead.
Mhm.
You.
Yeah, I think that it definitely will impact your actions. Yeah, I think so.
All right. And you think that there is a way to control it? Or what are you saying about how it affects your action?
Like, you know how again, like people, will treat other people differently if they're envious and jealous of them. I think that if you're self-reflective and you pause and you like try to understand why you're feeling jealous, why you're feeling envious, exploring it, being really honest about it, I I think that you can manage those feelings. Like, I think that you can still be in community with someone or be friends with someone that you have these feelings about. Like, if you use it to, like, oh, I really love that about you, and I'm actually going to strive for more for myself so that it's not like a competition. It's just like you inspire me. That's a different thing. If I'm secretly preying on your downfall, then yeah, like that's toxic as hell. Like, that's not
Yes.
right. That's my
But
point.
if you are jealous or envious, let's
Mhm,
continue with jealous of another person. The
mhm.
action that should be a consequence of that is a self reflection about
Mhm.
what about you feel inadequate and how can you adjust it, because that feeling towards someone else is a you problem, not a them problem, and continuing to fester, have that feeling fester, I do not believe that is going to lead to a positive outcome for the people involved,
And I
and that
agree a
and your
hundred
mental
percent.
health. All right,
I
so
agree
I think
100%.
all right, cool. So we agree. For
Mhm.
people who disagree, I'm going to continue to play it some more,
Okay.
and then we can drop the link. Oh, she left. And then I'll drop the link again. But yeah, no, that's the problem. Her way of dealing with this, where her friend had to be removed from her life for her to feel healthy again mentally, is a problem. Point blank, period. There is no way you are going to sit up here and defend her because you are saying, oh, she's being vulnerable and honest. Absolutely not. Or disagree with what I was saying.
Life handed to them. Hence why I was just very jealous of them, because it's not like they had to work towards it or anything. Like, that's just their life. That's just what they had. And it really, really sucked. To kind of put it more into perspective, like how intense it was, let's say this is kind of going to be a bad example because I'm going to list things that like you do have to work for in life to achieve it. But I want you to just kind of like imagine it from the mindset of like, okay, they didn't have to do anything and this is just their life. Imagine I wanted to be a lawyer and I wanted to live in this specific town. I wanted to have this kind of specific lifestyle and I wanted to drive like this specific kind of car. Okay. That friend that I was friends with had all of that. Like, they were the lawyer, they lived in the town that.
Okay. And see, this is the part that annoys me. She said, imagine if you wanted to be a lawyer and that friend just had it, right? That is impossible for me to imagine. Kim Kardashian still failing her way to the bar, right? And it is weird. It's hard to imagine what you're trying to communicate right here when you're telling me to imagine someone who wants to be a lawyer, wants to live in the neighborhood you live in, and all of that without having to work for it. You're asking us to do that kind of imagination as if that's like a possibility. So it's like, what? Without the specific things that your friend has, it is hard for us to do that. So now I'm just going to imagine she has a career you want and you think she didn't deserve it. Like, that's the only way I can think. The only way I can really think of this is to say, okay, so maybe she is rich and white and blonde and blue eyes or something. I don't know. And she has a career that you want. No, like, this is a strange way. You're telling us to imagine her having the career you want, the car you want, the living the city you want to live in, and There is no way for us to do that because there's no reference for what you're talking about. You use one of the, like a lawyer or doctor, right? Two of the most known profession as an example of them just getting that thing when we know you can't just get it. The bar exam is like 2 days, no sleep. What do you mean?
I wish to live in. They had the lifestyle that I dreamt of. Like, they just had every single thing that I wanted for my life, and they didn't have to do anything about it. I think
Even that, they had the lifestyle I wanted and they didn't have to do anything about it. It's very strange because, again, I don't actually know the lifestyle. I don't know the job you're talking about. I don't know anything. I don't know anything about the person you're talking, so I don't know how to judge how delusional you're being or how honest and truthful you're being about how drastically different your lives are and how that person just had everything handed to them in a way that you don't get. Girl, production inquiry. I feel like you should sit this one out for real, for real. I think because the reason is I am not upset in any way. I think you are upset, and I feel bad because you are upset. Dogs are jealous, baby are jealous. It's a natural feeling. Yes, it's a natural emotion that you need to check. Like, no one said it wasn't natural. Did anyone up here? All the emotions exist and we feel them. That is clear. However, because something is natural and you feel it does not mean you need to continue in it. And also, naturally feeling jealous towards your actual friend is a problem. And this girl has not worked through her jealousy. She's going to tell you, she actually opened with the fact that, thank God, my friend is no longer my friend and we don't have proximity on our side. So now I don't have to feel the way that I feel. No, that's an internal work you need to do.
this angle is a little bit better. Just imagine being friends with somebody like that when you are just like so unhappy with your life and they're just walking around every day with the life that you wish that you had. It almost just feels like it's a slap in the face, but like it's not.
Imagine your friend having an amazing life and you not doing well. And you think that your friend having an amazing life is a slap in your face. That's not your friend. That is not your friend. And here's the thing, if you're actually jealous of that person, just know that you're not friends and cut ties. Like, I'm completely for you cutting ties. And she said the reason they are no longer friends was unrelated to the fact that she's jealous. She's a jealous, we ain't nothing. A wannabe. A jealous wannabe. Because that don't make sense. Your friend doing well is a slap in your face. Mind you, I love a friend circle where everyone is doing well and the people in there are doing way better than I am because that's a good network. What do you mean? If I'm the person in my friend group that's doing the best, that's the problem. You sitting there saying that your friend doing well is a slap in the face to you is a problem, and that's toxic. Point blank, period. There's no ifs, ands, or but. There's no, oh my God, she's being transparent and brave. No, it's not brave because she didn't work on it. She literally said, I'm glad she's not in my life because every day it was a slap in the face because she's doing well and I'm not. Like, why would you befriend someone? Because she's going to, in her follow-up video, she's going to say, oh, y'all are not really understand. She was always privileged. Her family's rich or whatever. And so I'm like, wait, so you actually became friends with someone you're jealous of? That's insane work. To sit up there and go befriend someone you're jealous of is insane work.
Because that's just their life. And whenever this friend would just like talk about their life like so casually, like it was just so hard for me to just like not feel so bitter because it's like you don't even understand like how lucky you are to have this kind of life, and it's just like the normal for you. Like your life is so casual to you, and it's just something that like I just can't have.
Please note, and if you can write it in the chat, note it so I can pin it. She said, "You don't understand how lucky you are to have the life that you have. And you are so casual about it because you don't understand how lucky you are." In her follow up, after she's getting dragged online, she's going to come back and say, "Oh, my friend actually knows that she was, privilege, and she tried to be nice about it, and but every time she talks about it and is appreciative of it, it makes me more angry." So even her own psyche is telling us that if the friend didn't know she was privileged, she gonna be mad. If the friend actually knows she was privileged, she's still gonna be mad. This is the problem with jealous friends. And for the people in there like, "Oh, jealousy is an emotion, we all have it, blah blah blah." Okay, period, eat down. Let me know you're jealous so I can cut you off out of my life. I'm gonna cut people out of my life who are jealous. There are people who are lurking in the corners like hyenas, waiting for your failure or misstep so that they can feast on you. And it might not go to the Selena getting shot kind of paradigm, right? Like it might not get there, but if I'm jealous of someone, I'm not about to be their friend. That to me sounds like a sickness. My success and your success should not be a mental health issue for your friend. That's insane. That is sick. Imagine your success causing a mental health crisis for your friend. That friend is not your friend. That girl did not say, "I left a bit of discomfort." Like, she didn't say this one right here, right? She didn't say, "I felt a bit of discomfort and I worked through it." No, this is a prolonged thing for her, a prolonged discomfort, envy. She said it felt like a slap in the face when her friend is just out there living her life. This is actually kind of pathological in my book. When like it's this extended, it's not like a feeling you get that you checked. It's a feeling that you have consistently. That's insane. If you find a friend and you find out that that friend is jealous of you, for the love of God, leave them alone. There is no amount of kindness, there is no amount of giving, there is no amount of pleading, there is no amount of dimming your light that is going to make them think that they should not be jealous of you. It's not going to happen. If they're jealous of you, that's an internal work that they have to do that you can't help them do. She obviously don't know how to handle her feelings. Again, when someone else's success or happiness, their life, is causing you mental anguish, you have failed as a friend. Being envious, right? And having contempt for someone's life and success instead of it motivating you to be better, to introspect, to do better is actually insane to me. Being a better person is not sitting up online talking about, "Thank God that person is out of your life so you don't have to deal with your jealousy." It is, "You know what? That person was out of my life and I was happy because I did not have to deal with the mental anguish of their success." Actually, that's probably not a good thing still. And I need to work on myself and that thing in me that became jealous of my friend who I should be rooting for. That's the kind of analysis you should be doing, yes. Because at this point, that's not your friend. That is not your friend. Mocha, by the way, Mocha, you're eating the girls up on TikTok. I was shook. Anyway, I'm not going to say why, but I was not TikTok, on Instagram. I was on your Instagram and I was like, "Girl, period." Girl, period. You've been a member for 35 months. I appreciate that. Child, anyway, your bros are flawless. Send me your bro ladies info, please. Uh, You want to know something? Actually, just comb them. I comb them up and then do the thing. There's not, I don't pluck or tweeze or like whatever them. That's, thank you. Period. Look at me. I have something natural that people like. Working through your personal issues on someone else's time is a trash move. This is why damaged men should be single. I don't know what that means, but agreed. I agree that people who are working through their own stuff should be single. Yes. Themis, will this live stay on? Depending on what I say. Depending. Let's keep it civil and kind and demure. And if we do that, then yes, it will it will stay up. If we go off the rails, it's a chop. Because we also have to be careful. We're on our feminist band, and so because of that, we have to be very thoughtful, very demure.
Say that like they don't realize how lucky they are to have their life, but I honestly do think one of the reasons why I was so jealous of them is because of the fact they actually did kind of acknowledge that they lived a decently nice life, and the fact that they were grateful for their life and they were happy with their life made me all the more jealous because it's like, okay, well, you're
right. Oh, it was in the same video then. It's in the same video. So on one hand, she's saying she's upset because they didn't seem to be appreciative and know that they have a good life. And in this same video, she's saying, well, they knew, and that's actually what's pissing me off. So either way, she's gonna be pissed off. There is no amount of diminishing yourself or lifting yourself up. There is no amount of trips you can pay for these people to be on. There is no amount of money you can give to these people. There is no amount of negotiating these people's feeling. They feel how they feel, and the only thing you can do is cut it off immediately. As soon as you find a whiff of someone being jealous of you, girl, just let it go. Just let it go.
so happy and grateful for your life. Like, of course you are. Like, of course you are. Obviously, like, we should want people to be grateful and thankful for like really good lives, but I don't know. Like, it really just like added to the jealousy because I know that if I was living that lifestyle, if I had that kind of life, I would also be very, very grateful and happy. And I think because of the fact that they were so happy with it and they were comfortable with their life and happy with it, it just, I guess like the happier they were with their life, the more bitter it made me. And
the happier they were with their life, the more bitter I became. Yeah, you're a hater. Like, let's just call a thing a thing. You're a hater. And like, it's okay to admit I was a hater. Now go fix it. That is not a friend. Like, stop praising people for feeling and stewing in this. I wish she had come out and talk about this in this exact way and then figure out a way out of it. Because she hasn't figured a way. Mind you, she has not solved this issue of hateration that she has in the dancery. She has not figured out that she's a hater. She still has not figured out she's a hater, and she is a hater.
obviously, that's just not a good thing. That's very unhealthy. And I don't want to have to feel that way about a friend, but
I don't want to have to feel that way about a friend. Right. Good. Introspection somewhere up there. Right. Watch what she says.
that's just how I felt about this person. I wouldn't really consider myself a jealous person. I'm not really that jealous of people. Like,
you said it was a slap in the face. You said you were bitter. Yeah, no, girl, you're a jealous person. No. You don't get to back out. You don't got to hit reverse in this talking about, oh, I don't consider, you ain't got to consider yourself a jealous person, girl. It don't matter what you consider yourself, you're a jealous person. You're not only a jealous person, you're a hater. You're a straight up hater. It is what it is, girl. Now, you don't have to be a hater all your life, obviously. You can go fix it, but you're a hater currently. Yep.
I'm like jokingly like jealous of some people that like live like a lifestyle that I want, but I feel like because of the fact that this was like a close personal friend of mine, I guess, it just made it all the more worse. And I really am not kidding to you when I tell you like this person like had what I wanted for my life like that badly, like to a T, like literally every single thing.
Girl, I hope this is not about a man. I hope this, she had never said nothing about a man, but this poor girl ain't never said nothing about a man. You know how men love to center themselves. This poor girl ain't said nothing about a man.
Down, they just had like, it was actually insane how crazy, like even like little things that I wish I had, they had. Like, it was so crazy. I wanted to be them so bad, and I knew that I couldn't. And they just, ugh. that friend and I did end our friendship. We ended on mutual terms. We ended on good terms, which I'm thankful for. There really is no bad blood between us. And the reason why we ended our friendship had nothing to do with me being jealous of them. Actually, they never knew that I had a jealousy issue towards them. So, I think
They never knew that their biggest op was in there with them. That's insane. So you can imagine her not even trying to fight for the friendship because she wanted distance from this woman, and this woman did not even know. This woman did not even know that her existence was causing you mental health issues. Like, that's wild. That's insane, and that is scary to me.
think about that, and then I just think about the fact that, like, it is such a good thing that, like, we are not as close as we once used to be, and just not anymore, because I really don't think I could have gotten to a point where I was just fine with them, like, not being jealous of them.
That is the death nail and why I did this video. She said, I am glad we are no longer friend, period, 8 down, whatever. I am glad we are no longer friend because I don't think I could have gotten to the point where I'm even okay with them. I could not have gotten to the point where I'm even okay with them. So I'm glad we're no longer friend. And that ending of the friendship was something completely different than my jealousy. That is insane. So you learn nothing. All the time she was sitting up here trying to convince us that she's not a jealous person. She knows it is bad. But what she just says is, I wasn't planning on changing it either. She said, it is what it is. I was jealous. I was going to stay jealous. And that's just what that was. That's insane. So she's not working on it now either. She's like, girl, it's just a part of who I am. It's a natural feeling. We all feel jealous, right? No, this is degenerate. This is a hater, trash foolishness. Yeah.
And I feel like the only way that I would just not be jealous of them is if I had a better lifestyle, and I just don't. I don't wish the worst for this person. I don't wish anything bad on this person, but I just cannot keep around somebody like that in my life, knowing how unhappy I am with my life currently. And, like, I just don't think I would have ever gone to a point where I wouldn't be jealous of them, to be honest.
Riddle me this. Imagine if that girl the friend was about to lose everything she had, and this one who is jealous of her, all she had to do was show up in a car and drive the girl to somewhere else. You think she would do it? I'm not saying she wouldn't. But in my experience, them people who claim they're your friends, who are jealous of you, just kind of stick around. And when they can help you, they don't. When they can embarrass you, they do. It's never like they're trying to uplift you or actually help you at all. So, like, if it comes to a point where that friend could lose everything and it was all dependent on her friend, I don't think this girl gonna show up. And this is why I don't trust jealous people. I don't know this is a fact, by the way. She might just be better than I think she's and actually help out, but it's a chop. It's a chop.
Something that I've been wanting to talk about on here is
all right. So after she got dragged a little bit, and a lot of people were defending her, she came back to explain what she was talking about.
This is a follow-up video to the video that I posted a couple days ago about my jealousy towards one of
Oh, girl, they are. Oh, girl, they are. There are people, again, I call them vultures and hyenas. They're just waiting, lurking, still watching everything that you're doing. It's usually like some girl with some other girl, but men do it too. And they're like watching, and the moment you make a misstep, they're out there making all kinds of comments. They're dragging you, talking mad about you. It's just this guy. There are people online thinking that this is one of the worst things in life. Where I used to sit down with people and hear them tell stories, but like there's this idea that they should have what you have, even though they don't put in enough work in their content, or they think other people are big, but they should be bigger. And it's just this weird thing of competition instead of just staying in your dusty degenerate 3-minute video lane. Like, ain't nobody got time. Yeah, video like you don't even make up your own video, girl. Just sitting up there talking about you should be bigger. Probably not. to be fair, there are small youth content creators that are amazing that should be bigger. Reading from an AI script talking about you should be big. Go sit somewhere.
My friends, that video blew up and it's getting a lot of, I don't really know how to explain it. It's getting kind of good reviews, kind of bad reviews, and I just have a lot of things to clear up about that video. One of the questions that I got asked the most in my comment section was about the example that I gave about imagine that this person was a lawyer. Everybody is taking it as my friend actually was a lawyer. My friend was not a lawyer. Okay, I obviously know you have to go to school, study for that, pass the bar exam, all that stuff to become a lawyer. I was literally giving an example. I guess I maybe should have been more clear in my video and have said, hey, my example is a not real example because my friend was not a lawyer. I said in the video that it was going to be a bad example. I'm obviously not going to air out like my friend's like personal business. Like,
sorry, right. Stop calling that girl your friend. That's your enemy. At this point, that's your enemy. At this point, she the celebrity girl. She the Beyonce. And you, Farah, the one with the luggage. You the girl with the luggage. She the Beyonce and you the girl with the luggage in the back somewhere, girl. It is what it is.
the personal things that they had that I was jealous of. So I'm glad we can clear that one up now. My friend was not a lawyer. I was giving an example. It's not real. You were just supposed to visualize it as if they did not have to work for that and that's just what they had. The second thing that I really wanted to talk about that I feel like I didn't do a good enough job elaborating on in my video was towards the end of the video when I talked about my friend. The happier and grateful that they were with their life, the more that they like expressed it to me that they were happy and grateful with their life, the more upset I would get, like the more upset I would be when I would hear how happy they were. It kind of had everything to do with me and not really more so to do with them. The reason why I felt those feelings whenever they would talk about how happy and grateful they were for their life was simply just because of the fact that the happier that they were with their life and they were expressing it to me, the more I would think about my own life.
Fully agree. Fully agree. I think if you are jealous of someone, it is your responsibility to end that relationship and go fix yourself. And like even tell them like, hey, I am feeling this way right now. I do actually have to take a step back. I need to go work on some things and hopefully I get better and I can come back to you without being a hater, useless, weak person. Yeah, this is trash. I think being a jealous, envious hater is trash behavior. It is what it is. I actually think we don't stigmatize this enough. I think we don't stigmatize jealousy enough. That's my belief. Like the truth about like your life and your reality and all of that is that it is kind of your path, right? And if you are so focused on everyone else, it's a problem, girl. That's probably why you're failing in life. I don't actually know if she's failing, but she says she's failing, so she's failing.
So the happier and grateful that they were, and they were like coming back to me and expressing that, it just made me think of my own life. Like, oh crap, like this is where I'm at with my life. Meanwhile, they are so happy with theirs. So it kind of didn't really have much to do with them. It was more so me. It wasn't me just being like, I don't want you to be happy with your life. You deserve to be miserable. Something else that I wanted to clear up as well is that a lot of people in my comment section are trying to like make it seem like I'm just like a hateful, like hating ass friend to this person and that like
you are a hating for a friend. You are a hater. Like, I don't understand why people in my comments are making it. You literally said it felt like a slap in your face when she was doing well. Like, I don't know. Like, that's a hater. That is definitionally a hater. You are a hater. Like, what do you mean? When my friend is doing well in life, it feels like a slap in my face. You're a hater. Like, I don't know what to tell you. And for everyone watching me thinking, oh, but I can feel the same way. You too are a hater. If your friend is doing well and it feels like a slap in your face, you are a hater. Get well soon. Like it's a thing. Like you're a hater.
I did not want them to have a good life. I never once said in my video that I thought they didn't deserve to have a nice life.
She's an ethical hater. Mind you, she just said I did not say she didn't deserve to have those things. You essentially did. Yeah, you did. you quite literally said she didn't deserve it. I told y'all to make a note of something, so I made it myself, so I'm looking up. She said, this girl said in the first video that her friend just casually had all the things that she wanted. Casually have in this context is a judgment being made about whether or not she deserved it. And then this one is about to come on and say, oh, she was privileged, her parents was rich, so you don't believe she deserved it.
I never said that at all. This is why the conversation of like being kind of jealous towards a friend, I feel like needed to be talked about, because everybody has this perception that if you're jealous of somebody, then you're a hater, you hate them, you wish the worst for them, you don't want them to have nice things. My friend was a nice person. I genuinely liked being friends with this person.
I'm glad I was muted. I'm so glad I was. Oh my God, you say you genuinely liked being friends with that person while saying she disrupted you. Even seeing your friend doing well pissed you off. Even seeing your friend doing well pissed you off, and you're saying that person was a genuinely nice person and you loved being friends with. No, you didn't. You said you were glad, you literally said you're glad the friendship ended. You literally just said you were glad the friendship ended because you couldn't take control yourself. Mentally, you couldn't do it. You couldn't even, you quote, I couldn't even be fine with her because I was so jealous of her. That's what you said. But now you expect us to believe, oh, you loved being her friend so much. You loved being her friend so much that you were happy the friendship ended, girl. Please get out of my face. Quietly shut up. Like, absolutely, loudly shut up, rather. Loudly shut up or quietly shout. Girl, we don't got time for this. Yes, actually, I think men feel this way about their partners frequently. Agreed. And that's the problem. That's why we're saying get away from these people who are jealous of you, including your man. Including your man. Because I definitely watch Love is Blind and they ask Humpty Dumpty, hey, Humpty Dumpty, when you went to the doctor's house, that's the woman, did you become insecure and then feel jealous of her? And the whole world saw that as soon as he walked into that woman's house, who was a doctor, he was absolutely insecure and then started negging her. He attempted to bring her down. They were fully in love when they were abroad on their honeymoon. As soon as he came back and went into that house, Humpty Dumpty had a great fall, girl. That ego was crushed. That girl, all the men and women online could not put that Humpty Dumpty, disgusting, degenerate, useless man together again. Girl, that I loved that reunion. That was the best reunion. They dragged him for filth, and I loved every minute of it.
They were a good person. I never once thought to myself, they should not have this life. They do not deserve it. I was just upset that I didn't have certain things in their life that I literally dreamed of having. My friend deserved to have a nice life. And
okay, riddle me this. Do you think the life the friend was living, do you think she dreamed of this life that the friend was having, this exact life the friend was having, before or after she met the friend? Do you think she dreamt of having this life that the friend was having? This is her dream life. Do you think she dreamt of the exact life her friend was having before or after she saw her friend living that life? Please get out of my face. You're a hater. You are a hater. And but there's not enough people online to convince me that this is not hateration. The fact that y'all are sitting up online talking about, oh, this is transparency. This is so beautiful. Leave her alone. True, do leave her alone. That's wild. Don't drag her. But this is some foolishness. Like, that's not good. You're gonna have a vision of your perfect life after you see your friend living it. You're gonna sit up there and say, you know what? That's my dream life you're living. I want it. Girl, please get out of my face.
I never wanted that to be taken away from them. It was never a matter of, oh, they have this and I don't have it, so I don't want them to have it. Why do they get to have it and I don't? Like, in some sense, it was kind of like damn, they get to have this and I don't. But it was never in the sense of like, I wish they didn't have this. They shouldn't have this. They don't deserve it. I never felt that way about my friend. There's also a lot of people in my
Yeah, no, you didn't think they shouldn't have it. You just think you should also have it. That's wild. You see someone with their car and saying, you know what, I also should have your car is insane work to me. That's insane work.
section trying to defend my friend that they don't know. Like, how do you know that they didn't work hard for their life? Like, how do you know this? I bet they did work hard. You don't know anything. And that's just really funny because you actually don't know my friend. You don't know anything. This is where the topic of privilege comes into play, which I did not talk about in my video for the sake of just not making my video so freaking long. My friend clearly had a great deal of privilege in their life. I do not have that kind of privilege that my friend had. And they had every little thing that I genuinely wish that I had for my life.
Okay, so you found a white girl, befriended your white friend who was rich and doing what needed to be done, and you hated her. You went to go and be a hater to someone, like you intentionally became friends with someone with privilege that you hated. And now you're online complaining about how much you hate your friend. And yes, I did say hate. When someone's success is an insult to you, when someone's success is a problem for your mental health, you hate that person. It is what it is. Ain't no love there. Talking about we were friends. You all were never friends. It is what it is. That's my opinion. I'm going to stick beside it.
At that point in time, like, I wish my life could have been like theirs. I wish circumstances played out differently in my life so that way I could have been living that life that I had wanted since I was like a child. They were literally living a life that I had wanted since I was really young. So to all the people telling me, you don't think they worked hard for their life, like you don't think they worked hard for their life. Also, I should mention, my friend and I were friends while being very young. We were friends from 18.
Okay, so you still, after meeting them, that's when you wanted their life still. Got it. Cool.
To 21, 19 to 22 for them. We were still kind of living lives like off of our parents, like what our parents had given us. And they were just handed a great deal of privilege that it was just like, so to the people telling me that I'm wrong because, well, they actually didn't have their life handed to them, you don't know them. And it's like, yes, they did. Like, they are so privileged. If you are somebody that is privileged, then you don't understand why I felt jealous. You don't understand any of it. And you know what? Like, that is okay. Like, I don't hate privileged people. It is okay that some of you did not.
She's so weird. She's like saying privileged people as if she doesn't also have privilege. Like, unless you're saying white people, it would be weird to say privileged people because that exempts yourself from also having privilege. It doesn't give hard work. She saw a dream and just wanted it. She's not describing how hard she tried to work for this dream. Right. I've not heard how she tried and failed to get this life. Like, I have not heard how she worked hard and tried to find this life. And her saying privileged people as a way to exclude herself from said privilege is wild. When there is a clear privilege she has right now. In a white supremacist system, she also has privilege right now compared to other people. But I'm pretty sure she's not going to see that because we're about to go to StephCo in a minute. And one thing StephCo always believe is that the glass is half empty. Well, actually, the glass has nothing in it, and actually the glass is broken. StephCo don't believe the glass is half empty, girl, because StephCo believes the glass is empty and broken, and nothing can ever be poured into it, ever. There is no glass, girl. That's my girl. When I want if I ever feel too happy, I just go to StephCo.
Understand my video and you guys just thought I was like a hateful person. Obviously, that video was not meant for the opposing team. This isn't for the people that had the jealous friend. When you are around people who basically have it better than you and you are surrounded by them all the time and they talk about their amazing life so often, It's hard to not feel those feelings of jealousy, and that is what I struggled with. I really wanted to talk about that and bring awareness to that because I genuinely think that people just perceive jealous people as like these hateful people. They hate everything.
Wait. Stop. That was just a random joke. You know me, I love me watching some stuff go. Like, let's not do this. Let's just be.
They see, and that is what I struggled with. I really wanted to talk about that and bring awareness to that because I genuinely think that people just perceive jealous people as like these hateful people.
All right, so you were standing up. This is she was advocating for the jealous community. She yo wait, she's she was, she was advocating for the jealous community as well. Wait. She said we perceive jealous people as bad people. Wait. So there's a whole jealous community that I was unaware of, girl. Let me go. Let me go back. Mind you, in the first video, she was like, I am not a jealous. She said verbatim, I am not a jealous person. She literally said that verbatim. But now she's advocating for the jealous community and she's part of the jealous community, girl. Period. Let's hear it again.
They hate everything so often. It's hard to not feel those feelings of jealousy, and that is what I struggled with. I really wanted to talk about that and bring awareness to that because I genuinely think that people just perceive jealous people as like these hateful.
Jealous people is wild. Jealous people. So that's why y'all dragging me in the chat because y'all are part of the jealous community. Y'all just in my chat dragging me because y'all are a part of the jealous community. First of all, I didn't know y'all was a community, so I want to send out my apologies to the jealous community because ain't nobody thought this was a community. You better be trolling, girl. Ain't no reason for her to be talking about a jealous community.
People, they hate everything.
Wait, imagine being a part of a jealous community. Girl, they're gonna hate you for the little you do have.
Hate everyone. They have bad intentions for everybody. They want everybody to fail. They want to bring everybody down to their level. I didn't hate my friend. Like, I did not hate my friend in the slightest. I was just jealous of what they had. I had wished that I could have what they had. We were both dealt very different cards in life. Feeling those feelings of jealousy doesn't automatically make you like a hateful person. I obviously recognized those feelings and I didn't like it. Like, those feelings were uncomfortable. They were negative. I didn't want to have to feel that way about.
Did you do anything about it? I recognize those feelings. I know they were bad. There is a third thing you need to do. Recognize it, understanding it was bad, and then what? The third thing. For her, the third thing was the friendship ended, so I no longer had to deal with it, period. I never had to deal with it, period. So you recognize you were jealous, you understand it was bad, and then what? Yeah, oh my God, I did this too, and then I was going to do the third one. Hey, Brianna. Yeah, jealous people do tend to be hateful. Girl, don't get drunk with your jealous. Like, I don't get drunk, right? But I want to be around my friends where I know if I am drinking and I get drunk, they're all going to circle me. They're going to help me. I'm not going to be left out there for the vultures, right? This friend, if she's your friend, just know you probably shouldn't drink too much. And if she's sleeping over, maybe don't fall all the way asleep. You know, like keep one eye open or whatever it is. No reason.
My friend was a good person, like I said, but it really just comes down to like the circumstances of where you are at in life. Jealousy can definitely get to that level where it is hateful and they just genuinely do have bad intentions and they're putting all this negative energy out there. It can definitely get to that level if you don't become self-aware, if you don't acknowledge that you do feel jealous. But the point of my video was that I struggled with those feelings because I knew that they were wrong. I didn't want to feel that way. And me not being friends with that person anymore is just like the most beneficial thing because it allows me to just kind of reflect on my own life and heal with my own feelings and just like not have their life kind of like thrown in my face. Because unfortunately, that just kind of was the case. Like I really needed that person to be removed from my life. And I know a lot of people are like, you didn't need to do that. You didn't need to do that. But actually, the reason why this friend and I ended our friendship was because of something entirely different. It wasn't even because of the fact that I was like kind of jealous of them, but really.
Girl, she said not because I was kind of jealous. It wasn't kind of jealous. You were full blown jealous. You literally say when she was successful, it felt like a slap in your face. Well, you were fully blown. You were like jealous. Like you were the definition of jealous and envy, girl. It is what it is. All right. So we're about, let me play it all the way in because people are like, oh, you didn't play all the context. So let's hurry up and then go to StephCo. My girl, StephCo.
Realizing that my life is better without them anyways because I had those jealousy issues, like that is a big part. A lot of people were.
My life was better without the person that I said was amazing, great. I loved being her friend, but my life is better without them because I was jealous. Girl, please get out of my face immediately. No, the people who are analyzing this and on her side are all lying. They ain't listen to it and they don't care nothing about what she said. They just want to justify their own dusty feeling of jealousy. It is what it is. This girl is a problem where she is now. And her, like, she literally said she didn't do anything to work on the fact that she was a jealous hating a B word. Jello A B. I can't do it. How do you say jab? Oh, jab. Like a wannabe. This is disgusting to me. She is right. Hater and jealous men are, yeah, they are weak and nothing AB words. I don't understand production inquiry why you keep bringing up men because you do already know they gonna get dragged. Like I don't understand. They always gonna get dragged. I think you're a toxic, degenerate person if you prolong your jealousy. And also, if you don't want to work on it. Like, that is a problem. If you recognize you're jealous, you know it's bad, and you want to do nothing about it. Because she does nothing about this. She's just telling you, this is where I'm at. I'm a part of the jealous community. She literally said, I'm a part of the jealous community, and I'm just telling y'all not to hate jealous people because not all of us in the jealous community are haters. That is insane. That's an insane position to have. That is an insane position to have. I do agree.
Telling me that I should have been channeled those jealousy feelings into like motivation to like do what they did. But again, I feel like a lot of people just missed the point of the video where I said they got handed like everything in life. They had a great deal of privilege. Like they did not work for their life. So it's very hard to feel motivated when they didn't really do anything. And again, some people might.
It's hard to feel motivated to get the life I wanted because the person who has the life I wanted didn't work for it. It's hard for her to be motivated. So she's admitting that her jealousy did not motivate her to do better in her life because she's just being mad at her friend because her friend just got the life without working for it. So she don't believe she had to work for it. So it's hard to feel motivated. This is insane. It's hard to feel motivated when the person who you have the life you wanted didn't have to work for it. They were born rich, and you just gonna sit there and be like, oh my God, I want to live the life you have, and I don't feel like I should have to work for it. I'm just entitled. Yeah, that's a problem. I do not care. The friendship ended, but her jealousy didn't.
Not understand that. A lot of people are not going to understand this video either. Again, this is for the people that have felt this way. And I am very thankful.
When I was younger, I was jealous of people. I have never, that I can remember, been jealous of any human being that I called a friend ever in my life. Maybe because I see my friends in some ways as an extension of me. And if I succeed, I got my friends, and I believe my friends have me. So it's like very difficult to not be like celebratory when they do well. Like, I don't know. That is just strange. It's just strange behavior to me.
that I did reach an audience of people that have felt these similar emotions. A lot of people have been DMing me really, really sweet things, been telling me their own personal stories about how they felt similar things and they felt horrible about it, but they weren't a bad friend and they still looked out for them. You can feel those feelings of jealousy without being like a horrible person. And I don't want the internet and the world to like think that like just because somebody might feel jealous, like, oh, they're horrible. So thank you to all the people that have been so kind and supportive in my comment section.
Okay, let me be clear. Feeling jealous of someone and recognizing it immediately and addressing it, I think is very different than saying things like, I could not have even been fine around my friend because of how successful or great she was doing. And it felt like a slap in my face whenever she was doing well. That seems odd to me, first. Second, I don't actually believe that I don't think I've ever had a negative emotion because a friend was doing well. Oh yeah, the internet is full of haters. There are people up here talking about Jackie Aina is unrelatable. And it was like, oh, please get out of my face. Oh my God, I can't watch Jackie Aina now because she's unrelatable. She's no longer relatable. I'm like, first of all, the fact that you are making this announcement publicly means you are degenerate. In my book, I do not care who you are. If you made a video saying that this person is no longer relatable, you're a degenerate hater. It is what it is. It don't mean you're a bad person. It just means you're a degenerate hater for that moment. And here's why. You can choose not to watch that person anymore. You could have just chosen not to watch. What you did instead is make a video to get other people to not watch that person and to come and stew in your degeneracy. Ain't nobody got time for that. You're a hater. It is that simple. You're a hater. Go sit somewhere in a corner and soothe yourself. Like I genuinely dislike people hopping online talking about you are no longer relatable. Girl, please get out of my face. Imagine your friend saying you didn't work hard for what you have while also saying, but you are a sweet person, right? Mind you, I'm not saying you all should watch, but before we get out of hand, I'm saying the intent to come and make content out of your hatred for someone to get other people to follow you in that hatred is a degenerate, disgusting move. All right. Now that we're done that, let's go to StephCo. All right. So a couple of things. Please be nice in the comment section. Thank you, stars above the MO Forest. I don't know if I said thank you. I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out how to introduce this video. I don't know. I don't know how to introduce. Okay, I can't relate to her because all of my friends, I don't know if they always feel this way. When they don't, like they'll be over whatever. But like when we hit the streets, my girlfriends tend to be just like, I'm that girl. I'm a bad B kind of person. Like my friends aren't the like sappy people. Like I don't know, they're not sappy. So like there is a truth to my inability to connect with her on like where she is emotionally. Like I don't know how to fully connect with her, so I need to put that up front. I am not critiquing her worldview. I'm not critiquing her worldview at all, right? But it might pop up, but I'm acknowledging that I don't fully understand it, right? The woe is me, I am the worst, I will never find love, I don't understand, I will do anything for love, I've tried everything to get love. I know what that is about. Like that don't make no sense. That don't make no sense to me. So it is what it is. Maybe she's more honest than a lot of other women that I know, and maybe that's why I don't know this person and this archetype. But this is a very new archetype for me. Very new archetype. Her. All right. I will not be being nice. All right, let's do it.
Something that you're supposed to kind of keep to yourself if it ever happens to you. And the topic was jealousy, particularly jealousy in female friendships. And here's what she had to say.
Something that I've been wanting to talk about on here is jealousy within friendships, but not as in a nice life and the fact that they were grateful for their life and they were happy.
I just started nodding my head. When she said her very, very first sentence, I was like, yeah. The fact of the matter is that most of the time when people talk about certain subjects on the internet, they like to be coming.
First of all, when it comes to StephCo, again, her and I are never on the same page, so I'm not surprised she was nodding her head saying yes. I'm not surprised she was like, yep, girl, I've been there. I've been jealous. I'm the jealous friend. It is what it is.
From the place of look what was done to me, and that seems to be how you can garner it. It depends on the topic. It depends on the topic, because I've talked about things where I'm like, oh, this is what I've been through, this is what was done to me, and people have been like, oh, you're such a victim, you want to be a victim, you want us to feel sorry for you. I don't feel sorry for you. So that can happen with certain topics, but with some topics people are like, oh my god, yes, this happened to me, yes. And a lot of the times those things have to deal with issues within female friendships. So there will be videos that come out and it's like, when did you know your friend hated you? Or someone will make a video and they say, when did you know that your friend was jealous of you? And everyone's like, oh my god, I found out she was jealous of me here. And I actually can't, well, I could identify with the your friend hated you thing. I could identify with that topic. But the whole your friend was jealous of you, I can't really identify with it because I'm not the type of person people get jealous of. We all don't have lives that people sit back and are like, oh my God, I wish I was like her. And specifically with me, I've never really had any big wins. Like, I feel like in situations where people are jealous of somebody, it's usually with something that's like a big win in life. Like, you meet the love of your life, you get a.
All right, I'm gonna do it. StephCo's biggest problem is that she only compares herself to people she thinks is above her. Mind you, you should not be comparing yourself to anyone. But if you only compare yourself to people who you believe to be above you, you will never be good enough to be online, to be a creative in the way she is, to make videos and survive, build a life around her YouTube channel, and to provide for herself on YouTube, as she said in many other videos before, to almost be at 100,000 subscribers on YouTube with a very strong following. To not even register that as a possible win in her mind is insane work. Objectively, there are things that we can see, and maybe even more in her life, that people would be jealous of, that are wins. That's insane. That's an insane take. Her glass half empty approach to life is really insane, because she will disregard reality to make herself into an extreme victim. I'm not saying she's not a victim, right? I'm saying she's going to sit up there and just completely disregard reality to be more of a victim. She is even, I screenshotted one of the comments in her comment section because I was like, I know for a fact someone in the comment section told her, girl, someone said, no big wins. Meanwhile, hundreds of people are literally waiting on you to drop your next video. Stephanie, you're a winner. She comes back and she goes, yes. I am grateful for that because, well, that is how I earn my living, LOL. But I don't think people would consider my life as a whole as one to be jealous of. Ain't nobody talking about your life as a whole, girl. You said you had no big wins. This is one of them. This is a big win to a lot of people. So you have big wins, or at least a singular big win that people would be jealous of. Please get out of my face. Like, this is actually an insane take. The fact that you are so perpetually a victim that you can't even see where you are doing well is insane. Yeah, she earns a living on YouTube, a bunch of lawyers. This girl I watched her, she's an attorney and she quit her job to be on YouTube. She had to go back to work. I don't know if she had to go back, but she went back to work to make a living because she wasn't making a living, I'm assuming, on YouTube. A lot of people would love to have their creative outlet be the thing that is providing for them. A lot of people can't do that. Mind you, I thank God when I wake up and I don't feel any pain in my back. Or like for the first 2 years on YouTube, my face was, I probably should never, my face was like swollen. And now that my face is no longer swollen, sorry. No, like I'm grateful every day. I'm like, oh, like I'm not saying she needs to be grateful for the small things. I'm not even telling her anything like that. It's just like there's this idea that my life is so trash. Like her opinion on herself is that my life is so trash. Nobody could ever want this. It's like what?
A really
No, you want to know why the 93,000 subscriber isn't enough for her? Because she comparing herself to Risa Tissa. She gonna say it explicitly. She gonna say, I was jealous of Risa Tissa. Mind you, the girl is talking about people who are her friends. StephCo don't even know Risa Tissa, right? But the fact that you're jealous of Risa Tissa is itself a problem, but that's not your friend, so it's not even as bad. People are jealous of everyone every day. Right, like no, that's not even the point. Talking about, oh, I was jealous of Risa Tissa and I had to work through my jealousy. Please get out of my face.
cool job, you have a perfect family. Like there are things that people really, really hold on a pedestal. Anytime I've had someone who I may have suspected might have been feeling a little bit of something, it's not, it doesn't last long. It's just that, because I'm not the kind of person that has big wins. I don't think in any lifetime that I've ever lived, I've ever been seen as someone that people are jealous of. But I have been on the other side of that feeling many, many times. So when I saw that girl,
I don't have any big wins. It's insane to say. Like that's like so you literally expect us to believe that you failed all your life. Like you have not won at anything. You just been failing through life. That's what you expect us to believe. Ain't no win. There's no part of your life that's amazing. Just failing through life. No, I don't like this mentality. Like it's weird. Like it's like, oh, I've just been failing my whole life. No one has ever liked me. I don't care. Mind you, she did a video that actually annoyed me. She was like, I don't like cooking for women. I don't have a lot of women friends. I only have men friends. And there's a book by Raxon Gay that I'm reading now. That's the book club. We're gonna start that next week, actually. Where it's a bunch of essays, and one of them had to do with the idea that women are coming forward and saying, oh, I don't have girlfriend, and the kind of archetype of a person that will down friendships with women to uplift friendships with men. I couldn't find the video and I didn't care nothing about it, but it is this idea that, oh, when I cooked for a man, he ate the food and you could tell he loved it and he was like, oh my God, that's so amazing, but women don't do the same. And I'm like, girl, now, where does this relationship with men end up?
girl's video, I was like, exactly. We never talk about it from the other side. We never say, as a friend to someone.
Also, I'm glad you said this. Even the way she speaks, a lot of people can't do that. Maybe she's fishing for compliments, so let me stop.
I realized I actually hate this person and I had to separate myself or this was going to happen. Or, I ended up saying something to them one day and I was like, this is not how I want to talk to my friend. I got to go. That's happened to me before. And we never say, as a friend, I really struggled with jealousy of this person. And so I had to move on. Now, I believe we don't talk about it that way for a couple of reasons. And I'm going to talk about some of those in this video. But first, I want to talk about how she was perceived when she posted this. So initially, I thought this was going to be one of those things that TikTok maybe responded to warmly because I felt like TikTok was a place that should be really, really familiar with jealousy. All the videos that I see that come out where people are like, tell me your influencers that you hate. I can't stand when influencers post luxury hauls. And we're all out here struggling. I want to see your nice stuff. Babe, that's jealousy. That's jealousy.
Agreed. That is jealous to get well.
Yeah. When people are like, yeah, like I cannot even watch like a perfect influencer do whatever. And I'm here to all that shit that people talk about individuals that they perceive to be living such a better life than them, having so much more than them. That's jealousy. So I thought TikTok was a place we were going to be real. But I think the issue was that she was talking about a specific friend. And I think when people are talking about an influencer, this is an entity, a random internet entity that they will never actually come into contact with. So they're okay with being the ugliest version of themselves towards this person and validating and normalizing that ugliness. But when it's your friend, when it's somebody right next to you, I think people feel like, and rightfully so, you should feel different about that person. But then I see the
Yes, you should feel different about your friend. You should not be jealous and envious and a hater to your friend, period. Yes, continue.
videos all the time where people are like, hey, I'm infertile and it's really hard for me to attend another baby shower. That's also jealousy. That's also jealousy. Hey,
Okay, no, I don't agree with that. And it could be jealousy, but I have reorganized that in my brain. This is not something you can ever work towards if you're infertile. And I think you would be a bad friend if you keep inviting your friend who you know wants children who is infertile to your baby shower. I'm gonna put that on you. Like, have some respect for that person and what they're going through. I think those are kind of different things. And if I am sad and going through grief, I feel, yeah, that's grief. Like, there is a way to argue that it's jealousy, but the way in which you would have to do it, I don't care nothing about it.
I'm the only single one in the group, and it's really hard to hang out with my friends who are in couples. It makes me feel probably a little bit jealous. We constantly are talking and speaking up about experiences where we feel smaller because people have more than us or because people are doing better than us. Constantly.
You're getting blocked. You're getting blocked. You know these girls having 10, 15 children, girl. Yeah, they keep inviting you. They keep inviting you.
There was a man who made a music video recently because he found out his friend had a cleaning lady. And in the video, the lyrics are literally, do you think you're better than me because someone comes to clean for you and I have to clean for free? People on that app are constantly talking about the experience of wrestling with the concept that somebody has something that they want. So I thought this woman talking about this the way she did would have been received with a lot more self-awareness. I was wrong. It started off in the comment section. I started seeing people say things like, that is not normal to feel about a friend. And I want to say this, a friend is nothing but a person that you know for a specific reason for that time. You can feel anything about them.
Yeah, Steph is a problem. This girl is a problem. To say that a friend is just someone you know for a specific period of time, that's a problem. No, a friend is someone that I have an emotional connection with. A friend is someone that I care deeply about. It's not just someone I know. Someone I know is the person I work with. Someone I know is the person downstairs when I come in here that I don't really talk to like that. Someone I know is a person that I meet, but I'd never exchange number and engage with. Like, that's not okay. That is, the way she conceptualized friendship is a problem. Maybe she really doesn't have friends for real. Yeah, I would never, ever in a million years say a friend is just someone I know for a period of time. What? No. So even the conception of friendship is a problem for me. Even her conception of friendship is a problem for me.
Are constantly talking about the experience of wrestling with the concept that somebody has something that they want. So I thought this woman talking about this the way she did would have been received with a lot more self-awareness. I was wrong. It started off in the comment section. I started seeing people say things like, that is not normal to feel about a friend. And I want to say this, a friend is nothing but a person that you know for a specific reason for that time. You can feel anything about them.
That is an insane definition of like, drop a 1 if you believe that is an insane definition of a friend. Drop a 2 if you actually agree with her. I need to do something. A friend is someone you know for a specific period of time for a specific reason is wild. If I call you a friend, I care deeply about who you are. It's not just I know you. I care. I care deeply about you. Like, what do you mean? This is the first problem. This is why she's a hater. And I would not trust her to be my friend. That is insane. To think of a friend in this callous way, to be this dismissive of friendship is a problem. It is a problem. I do not. It's a judgment on her. I apologize. I'm going to do it anyway. I would not want to be her friend. Absolutely not. I mean, I guess she wouldn't want to be mine either. So now we're here. If you are this girl's friend, please know you are disposable. If this is how she conceptualized friendship, you are very disposable to her. I bet she won't say that about a man. I bet she won't say that. Let's continue.
First of all, I want to say this. If you feel it as a human being, most likely it's normal. If it's possible.
Sorry, give me 2 seconds. I don't want to pause it because I need to find something. I need to tell you the essay. I'm reading an essay by Roxane Gay, and I just started reading it last weekend, and I need to give you the I need to give you the name, so I have to go get the book. If you don't have this book, please get it. It's called, well, you can't read it here. It's called Bad Feminist. And the essay that I'm reading, sorry, I'm reading a bunch of essays at once. So, oh, here it is. How to be friends with another woman. Obviously, this was written for a woman about how to be friends with other women. And it's a list of things that I think are common sense things that everyone should know. But the way it's written, I think it's important that if you know StephCo, please send her this book and bookmark that essay for her. Go ahead and bookmark that essay for her, because I didn't even notice this until now. I think this would address the way she think about friendships with women in particular. I don't know nothing about men, but this would help her with her friendships, because absolutely not.
For human beings to feel, it is a normal feeling. And with jealousy, just like anger or sorrow or depression or gluttony or any of the other 7 deadly sins, right? It is possible to feel. It is normal. It can happen. I think people's issue was they felt like her speaking about this was going to normalize it, in the same way that we normalize binge drinking, right? You're actively poisoning yourself is what.
Yes, she was attempting to normalize it. You want to know how we know she was trying to normalize it? Because she talked about how we should not mistreat people in the jealousy community. And she did not talk about how to work out or what she did, or that she's attempting to work herself through jealousy and get out of that space of jealousy or whatever it is. She told us that we needed to be kinder and not think of people who are jealous as haters. We should accept them. That's what she said. So that's that on that. She was trying to normalize it. It is what it is.
What you're doing when you're doing that. But we've normalized it. So everybody runs around doing that. And I think when they saw her video, what they thought she was saying is, it's normal and I should be happy. I'm jealous and proud, even though she specifically said over and over and over again, I did not like feeling this way. I didn't even want to be friends with this person because I felt this way. And it's not something I'm proud of, but it happened. At no point was she taking pride in the fact that she felt this feeling, but I think people projected on her.
No, she was not taking pride. She said it was a bad thing, but she wasn't doing anything about it being bad. She was not about to change it. She was not taking steps to change it. She was actually telling other people that they need to be more kind to people who are jealous, because the jealous community need compassion. That's what she was talking about. So come again, StephCo. Everyone's like, oh, y'all missed the context. No, we didn't miss the context. She was telling us that the jealous community need our help in being normalized. That's what she was talking about.
What they wanted to see. Anyway, it first started off in the comment section where I saw that people weren't really on her side. And then people started making response videos. And video after video, they were saying, it is not normal to feel that way about a friend. You should not feel that way about your friend. People in the comments, I've never been jealous of my friends. I've just been like, go ahead, girl, get it. And someone who I actually respect, he's a therapist on TikTok. He's a mental health professional, made a take that really, well, it took away a little bit of my respect for him. And I'll probably, I don't know, I'm still hanging on as a follower, but I was like, ooh, you got this wrong. And it proved to me what I've always said about going to therapy and seeking out mental health assistance. These are just people with tools. There are people with tools and an education, but their actual ability to do their job depends on how well they've developed themselves, period. And this man's take on the whole situation, I was like, oh, I would never go see him. I don't trust him as a therapist. And basically what he said was that if you're a jealous person, you don't even know your own mind. You don't even know how evil you are in your own mind. And I was like, ew. I know a therapist is not demonizing a human emotion like this, but he was.
Oh, so you want us to normalize the dusty emotion too. Mind you, you're going to be mad at the therapist just for having a take you didn't like, instead of like trying to figure out what they meant. You're like, oh, well, I'm done. It sounds like that's the therapist I want. Sounds like telling someone that this kind of emotion is something you need to work through and figure out is something useful. I'm a demonized emotion. Did y'all not hear me say we need to stigmatize it some more? Like, did we not? Did we not hear me say that earlier? I think everyone feel this, and you need to know how to handle it. You need tools to get out of it. We're not about to sit here and pretend like the jealous community needs our praise. We're not about to do that. The jealous community needs to go sit somewhere respectfully.
He was, and he wasn't alone. A lot of people were, and I was just taken aback. And I wanted to make a video responding to it, but I was like,
agreed. It is normal, and we have it, but we should not feel like, oh, there is nothing wrong with feeling. This is the wild part. It is insane to me. By the way, this is not what you're saying, and I agree with you. By the way, I agree with you. So I'm not. Let me move your comment so we don't think we're talking to you. I think if we say that it's normal as a response, as opposed to adding to that, like, yes, the feeling of jealousy might come up, but you also need the tools to deal with that. Without that second part, I'm just going to say demonize it. Because what I've learned about people, I've always thought people love nuance and can work in nuance. And I don't think people actually can do that, right? So, because people can't, we need to simplify things. Jealousy is bad. Jealousy bad. Don't do. Yeah, that's kind of jealousy bad. Figure it out. Jealousy bad. Work through it. Jealousy bad. Just whenever you hear jealousy, add the word bad to it and figure it out from there. Because I'm not about to sit here and pretend like people understand nuance and these people just don't want to be accepted. It's not a thing I'm about to do. So it is what it is. If you feel like I am being oversimplified, I am. Oh,
no, I got some stuff to say about this because I have on many occasions been the jealous friend, and I'm going to be talking for longer than, the amount of time.
So when you raise kids, don't demonize your natural emotion, confirm the feeling, then get to the root, and then have them do away with it and have tools to deal with it. Because if that emotion is a negative emotion that needs to be dealt with. It's not just, oh, it's normal, period. No, it's a normal thing to feel. Now work through it because it's not a good thing and it can cause a lot of harm.
Allotted on TikTok. So I'm going to save this for my YouTube channel. So a lot of people had an issue with her saying that it was normal, or the concept that it was normal, because people were writing in her comments, hey, jealousy is normal. It's, it happens. And a lot of people were like, no, you should never call something like this normal. And I was like, we have a lot of things we're not proud of as human beings that are normal, but we don't normalize them, in the same way we've normalized like binge drinking or, situationships, right? For example, bad breath. I have known people whose breath is so bad that there has been a group chat where we try and figure out how to intervene, how to have an intervention. Bad breath happens. We know it does. But when it happens, we need you to take accountability for it and take care of it. So
wait, whose side are you on? That's the argument. Yes, bad breath. God, I don't know for who bad breath is normal. But yes, let's just assume some people have bad breath and that's just not on that. Fine. But you do something about it, right? I'm sorry. She's talking out about side of her neck right now. It is what it is. Let's just continue.
recognize it as normal. Yeah, it can happen, but we don't normalize it. And I don't understand why people can't see the difference. So I think what it comes down to for me is a general fear of the concept of jealousy that a lot of people have, specifically when it comes to female friendships. And why do they have this fear? Movies and television, and also real life. You have movies like Obsessed, where some woman who's crazy jealous of what somebody else has comes in and
blah blah blah. She want to normalize it too. If you find out a friend is jealous, kick them to the curb and move on. It is what it is. Next question. Ain't nobody got time for this. Let's move on, girl. Hurry up.
and wreaks havoc on her rival's life. But then you also have a lot of Lifetime movies that are based on real stories where somebody who is jealous has chosen to take the life of someone else. I don't know how many times this has happened, apparently, in the cheerleading community. And in fact, when this first went down, I thought of this. I don't know if it was a documentary I saw. There's been a Lifetime movie made about it, but I didn't see it on Lifetime. I don't remember how I saw this, but it was a story about a young woman. I mean, they were young. They were like 14, 15, who got stabbed to death because her friend was jealous that she had a boyfriend and she was on a cheer team or doing something that the other girl thought she should be doing. So she stabbed this girl to death. And because they were minors, she got out of jail at like 23. The other girl died. The other woman got to live the rest of her life out despite killing someone because of jealousy. And then I think in pop culture, probably the most famous example is what happened with Selena and Yolanda Saldivar, whatever her name was, Yolanda. Now, I don't know if Yolanda was jealous or if she was just obsessed or if she was just what her issue specifically was. But we do know that it is very possible, and we have seen it happen, that when someone is jealous,
You don't know if the woman who killed Selena was jealous. All right, girl.
might go through any means necessary to take from you what they think should be theirs. And we've made movies about it, and there are documentaries about things that can happen. And so I think people are, in general, they're very, very scared of a woman who admits to jealousy. And so when you do have that feeling, a lot of times people were...
No, it's not just women. There was a fraternity. The Kappa's girl beat a man to death and got kicked off of a campus because one of the brothers was jealous of the guy because he was handsome and getting all the girls. And in the hazing process, they beat him to death. Get out of my face. Ain't nobody can. If you find someone who is jealous of you, just don't even take the chance. Just move on. There is no amount of pleading, begging, diminishing yourself, helping them, caring for them that is about to change their mind. People, you wake up one day and people fighting you or hating you for no reason. And you're like, wait, but like, I thought we were friends. I bought you this. I showed up for you. I was giving you. The more you give, showed them how much they lack and they hate you even more. Like people are having full-blown war with you and you had never done anything to that person. You're like, wait, I thought I was being a good friend to you. You're like, girl, now why my name in this parchment paper in your Bible? Why? Wait, what did they say in Jamaica? They said, why is my name on a parchment paper in your Bible, girl? Getting burned. Wait, what? Girl.
respond to you very, very negatively. I know that to be true because I've been...
You go over there like, girl, let me brush your hair. You come back and you found a bunch of candle with your hair getting burned in the center. And you're like, oh, what is this? They're like, oh, don't worry about my altar. Like, oh. All right. All right, girl. I'm going to leave you in your altar and your ancestor. That ain't got nothing to do with it. I see my hair. I know my hair. I know that is my hair, but you said that ain't got nothing to do with me, so I'm just going to assume that ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm just leave you and your altar and your ancestors alone. I'm just going to... Let's go to slowly back out right now and just kick everything over and run.
Very open on my YouTube channel specifically when I've had feelings of jealousy, because it is something that I've struggled with most of my life. Because like that young woman said, she said, I'm unhappy with where my life is. And I think for me, there's just been a lot of seasons of my life where I'm like, damn, can I get a break? And instead of me getting a break, I'm surrounded by other people that I see getting a break. And I'm just like, damn, so I've been in that position a lot, and I've made content about it before. And every time I'm usually responded to very negatively because people really, really don't like to hear from the jealous friend. So for example, these are situations that I've brought up before. A couple years ago, I talked about
She about to tell us. She about to tell us that she is the jealous friend. Mind you, this is about being the jealous friend, and for some reason, she's about to bring up Risa Tissa. And I do not know for what reason she's bringing up Risa Tissa, because Risa Tissa and this woman ain't friends. I doubt Risa even know who she is. But she about to bring up Risa Tissa for absolutely no reason at all. Let's go. Tell us about your friendship with Risa Tissa now, girl.
how I made a video that said social media made me feel bad about myself this week. And this is what I did about it. And I made that video because it was like mental health awareness week or something like that. And there have been so many things people have had to do in the past few years because of how intensely social media can affect your self-concept and your self-esteem, because of the propensity human beings have to compare themselves to other people and to feel jealous. There have been so many things that companies have had to do. Hey, block the likes, mute this profile, do this, do that, because people are so sensitive and always comparing themselves. And so I thought me sharing my experiences like that would be well received. I was wrong. So I come up with this one story, or I tell this one story where I'm like, I have a friend who at that time constantly traveling. She really did hit the jackpot when it came to career. And so she's always traveling. Now, at that time, when I made that story, it was 2021.
When people say she hit the jackpot when it comes to career, that completely undermines the very specific decisions being made, the work being done, and the engagement to get where she needed to go with her career. You too could have, quote, hit the jackpot with your career if you chose a better career. Point blank, period. This is hateration all over again. It is what it is. No, I'm gonna leave that alone.
I had gone on maybe one trip where I'd had to use my passport in 10 years. And I had spent the last couple years.
Hey, Stephanie. Oh, hug. Like Stephanie Curry is what I want for my wife. Girl, see, this is who I'm jealous of. I'm joking. I'm not jealous. I actually love you so much. But I want to travel the world too. Period.
As a teacher, and during the summer I was stuck at home because I didn't have a partner. I didn't have, I wasn't making a lot of money, and so I didn't have no summer plans. People would always say, be a teacher, you get summers off. My summers sucked when I was a teacher because I would teach summer school and then just hang out at the house. Okay. And so this friend, though, she went into production, TV production, commercial production to be specific. She makes great money. And old girl be traveling to the point where she would be like, oh, hey, we should hang out on Thursday. I'd be like, cool. And then I'd go to text her. She'd be like, girl, I'm in Paris. I forgot I was coming to Paris, girl. But here I am. I'm so sorry. I have to catch you when I get back. She was always traveling. And I was at a point in my life. I was 37 when I made this video. I was at a point in my life where I was like, when am I going to get to live? I had felt for years that I was just like pushed down and shackled to a reality that wasn't giving anything to me. I think if I had been a teacher, but I had also met the love of my life and I was raising small children, I don't think it would have hit me so hard that like I wasn't doing anything. I kind of felt imprisoned, but I wasn't doing anything, and it did hit me hard. And so to have this friend who was flying all over the world and doing all this great stuff, I would get a little jealous. And so I told that story, and people were in the comments and they were like, does your friend know about this? You told your friend this yet? I feel uncomfortable if I was your friend. And what was crazy is that in the story, I was like, so here's what I plan to do about all of these issues. Because I talked about a couple things that I'd seen on social media that had made me go, I don't like that. That doesn't make me feel good.
Wait, I don't understand. You're a teacher and you want to travel, but you cannot. I don't understand why you cannot. Like, I honestly don't. I get that it takes, you don't have children. You don't have a partner you need to go to. I don't understand why. Like, I understand first that it's not a lot of money and teachers should get paid a lot more. I don't know what's happening in America. So period. People who are poor still travel. Like, I don't like, you can still travel. Stephanie Perry will teach you how to travel if you actually want to travel. Like, you don't need to be rich to travel. Just putting that out there. Just don't come from my head. But if you really want to travel, I don't know why you're hating on someone traveling, girl. That don't make no sense.
About myself, I'm jealous. I want what they have. So what happened is at the end of the video, I said, so this is what I'm going to do. And I did it. The next year I traveled. I started traveling. I started going to the point where in 2020.
Wait, you all don't believe this? But you don't have to go to Paris. Like, yes, it might be expensive to get on a plane to go to Paris, but like you can also go to Canada, you can go to like Mexico where the flight is not that expensive. And like you like I don't wait, there are there are cost effective ways to travel. Wait, really? All right. I'm gonna just leave this alone because I definitely saw Stephanie telling people how to travel, even if you are not rich. Like, I'm sure. No, I am not using my experience. It is, you know what? Maybe my privilege is showing, girl. Maybe that's what is happening because I literally, you can travel. I promise you, you can travel. I promise you, you can still travel. Literally, we have someone in the chat who teaches Black women in particular how to travel. Oh, thank you. You right, Demis. I'm a house sitter. Exactly. All right. It is what it is. Y'all are telling me that you can't. I'm just go ahead and say, all right, if you think you can't, you can't. It is it is what it is. Paris is not overrated. It's like literally between Paris and Tokyo, I don't know which is my top city in the world. It is Paris was a beautiful, amazing experience. And if you haven't gone, you should go because it is it is what it is. You are not too broke, I promise you.
Or for my birthday, someone gave me a new carry-on bag for going on planes, going on trips. And I was like, I've never been given luggage before. Thank you. And she goes, well, you're my friend who travels. You're the jet setter. I had become what I was jealous of. And I'm going to talk more about that at the end. But if I didn't take the time to say, ooh, I'm jealous. What does this mean? Then I never would have taken this.
Okay. I promise you, people are saying my privilege is showing. I am not just speaking from my perspective. I've watched multiple live stream of Stephanie Perry talking and explaining and literally giving you play by play how you can travel. Like, I promise you, if you go to her channel, she has multiple videos of how explaining how to do this. There is a community of women, Black women that she's cultivated who travel and particularly house it. Like, and she will teach you how to do it. I can't teach you because I know nothing about none of that, right? Like I don't know. If there's a thing I'll sponsor, I'll figure out a way to help sponsor you to get access to a class or whatever they're doing. But I promise you, it's a thing you can do. Like I promise you, it's a thing you can do.
Steps to actually be the person that I wanted to be, but people don't let you have that.
Oh yeah, I have no tips on traveling on a budget. Okay, so okay, I know you can do it. I can't tell you how to do it. I don't have that information, but I know you can.
Stop at, oh, so you're jealous? You're jealous of your friend? And it was so bad in the comments that I had to make a follow-up video to, it was called, I'm always rooting for you, especially when this happens. And I remember somebody wrote in the comments, oh, as long as they're not your friend. Got it. And I wanted to say, bitch, did I say that? But I let it go because I was like, I have feelings that people are not proud of feeling, whether it's pretty privilege, whether it's insecurities over, my relationship status, whether it's actually wanting to have kids when I'm supposed to be happy about being child free. I have feelings that people don't identify with, and jealousy or they don't proudly identify with. And jealousy is one of those feelings. So you know what? I'm gonna let you just keep talking. And I moved on, right? Another situation that I brought up to the internet once was the story of, my response to Risa Tissa. So we all know who Risa Tissa is. She did the Who the F Did I Marry series back in February of 2024 and went massively viral, picked up 1 million followers in a weekend, got signed with a major talent agency in Hollywood. Her series got picked up and optioned by Natasha Rothwell, who we know from Insecurity. And what is that? The Black Lotus, the White Lotus? Yeah, the White Lotus. And she's like, I'm gonna produce you. I see me in you, girl. We are similar. I can't. Anyway, I'm gonna get to it. But and then she got a book deal. She was in commercials. Let me tell you something. Let me tell something to you. The first weekend Risa Tissa started popping off, I was already.
This is actually This is so insane to me. I'm glad you're not up here, Keela. I'm actually very happy you're not up here with me because this ain't even right. Like, how do you look and just be pocket watching someone? Like, I just don't even people who think they're my enemies, I like just kind of wish them well. Like I never see someone doing well in life who they're actually working on their craft or whatever. And I think, oh, I wish you would just fail. Or like, I wish I had what you had. Like, it's just weird. Being jealous of Risa Tissa legitimately does not make sense. It don't make sense to me either. I see that woman winning and I'm like, oh, period.
Struggling. This was the beginning of 2024. And I was a year removed from just massive changes in my personal life. And I was trying to put the pieces together before I turned 40. And one of the big changes that had happened in my life in 2023 was I had to walk back from telling my business on the internet.
Risa Tissa, that man was speaking the Gatorade, but girl, you're getting blocked. Just know you're getting blocked right now. Yeah, she jealous of who did I marry. Mind you, she doesn't want that woman's story. She just wants the outcome. Right? That lady's story, Risa Tissa's story is horrendous. There is not an amount of money you can pay me to give me her success for her life. Like I don't want, if I have to go through what she went through, I'm good. I am good. The fact that you're sitting up, like, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I do not want it. Legion was out here getting all kind of legion and giving people, like, ain't nobody got time for none of that, girl. Absolutely not. Hey, Themis, we stay touching other soils. But ladies, if these broke passport bros can save 0.88 cents and try soil, if this broke passport was can save 8.88 cents and travel abroad, 88 cents to travel abroad is wild. Anyone can mind you, to be fair, the passport boys were getting stuck in South America. The passport bros, we're getting stranded. We're getting stranded and begging people to cash out them so that they can buy a ticket. I had forgotten that the passport bros were scraping. I had forgotten. Oh my God, my throat is hurting. I had forgotten that the passport bros. I had forgotten that the passport bros were getting stuck out there on a 55-cent trip.
I could no longer take pride in the fact that I told stories.
Thank you, Alyssa, by the way. I appreciate you reminding me. The fact that y'all in this y'all in the chat have a defeatist mindset. Because if passport bros are out there begging for cash app to go travel the world, y'all don't have an excuse. Y'all don't. Passport bros are like jet setting across the world on 88 cents. That you do not have an excuse. If when there's a will, there's a way. Ask them passport bros. Thank you, Alyssa. Alyssa, you inspired me.
That was something that I really sat with for a long time. I'm a Black woman embarrassing Black women with these stories. I embarrassed my friends. Just so terrible. I'm just so terrible and disgusting because I've been through these experiences and I want to talk about them. Thank God that I don't feel that way anymore. And Risa Tissa is one of the reasons why I don't. But also people talk about their business every day on the internet and it's become very normalized now. But I just remember feeling like such a target when I would share certain things. And the lesson that I had taught myself then and the lesson that my brain had taught itself was you are a bad person if you go through something and you talk about it on the internet. Nobody's going to love you. Nobody's going to reward you. You are a failure as a content creator and an entertainer. So that's the vibe I was walking around with. And here she comes with this juggernaut series. And I was like, excuse me. Could not believe the way the internet rallied around her. And it wasn't just that people liked her, it was the opportunities. I remember I used to be spitting out stories in 2022 and people would always say, you should have a show. You should have this, you should have that. I never had anybody approach me and say, oh my God, girl, I see myself in you. We could produce.
This kind of mindset is so weird to me. This mindset is just so weird to like. I mean, what I have to say, I can't say, so I'm just gonna move on. But there's things that are popping into my head to say, but I'm not going to because I do feel bad for her. Like I really do genuinely feel bad for her. But to be sitting up there doing as well as she's doing online, and she might not be able to see it because she's comparing herself to Risa Tissa, but you are doing well. Like in terms of online reach, you're doing well. You're over 90,000 subscribers. That's not nothing. That's actually like thousands of people are showing up to hear what you have to say. I don't understand. I honest to God do not understand the scale she thinks she wants. Like yeah, and by the way, she didn't have a lesion. She did not actually have a lesion. So the fact that and she don't want a lesion. Ain't nobody want a lesion.
This week, but if anything, people were like, do you ever plan on filming and recording and doing? I'm working at the best of my ability right now. I've reached my capacity. I don't know what else to do at this point, you know? And what Risa Tissa proved was you really can show up. And if you have the right thing, you're not going to have to do it, baby. People who have the connections, who have the infrastructure, who have the resources will come find you. And I was like, son of a bitch, she did it. I was mad as an understatement. And I remember I got on my Patreon because back then, if something happened, period, I would jump on YouTube. I would jump on Patreon. I just start talking. And I jumped on my Patreon and I started talking. And I was not like everybody else, like, oh my God, I can't believe what he did. And then this, but instead I was like, how could she share these things? How, kind of harsh on her. And the response I got from my audience was not, okay, well, some people were like, okay.
So you were mad at her for doing the thing that you did, but her blowing up. Like she went through a ton of trauma. Like, mind you, everyone did not love Risa Tissa. People were very critical of Risa Tissa. People dragged Risa Tissa. The Breakfast Club called her big back and they dragged her for filth and had to come back and apologize because they were getting dragged by the audience after they disrespected that woman. People were not liking her. I don't know. This girl's a problem for me right now. Not generally, but this is a problem.
Okay, girl, whatever. It's just, some people were like, oh, it sounds like you're jealous.
You were jealous.
Sounds like you thought somebody was supposed to be entertained by those little stories you had about those random men. I'm sorry that she actually went through something. Stephanie, maybe if you tried being more vulnerable. And I realized, oops, I've shared a feeling that people aren't okay. And I think I took that video down or something. I don't know. But
wait, what's wrong with what they told you was right? She went through a ton of trauma. She took responsibility. She told the story and she was very vulnerable and open about what had happened to her. I'm confused why you were pretending that those feedback wasn't good. Like you went through some stuff, but like you went through what everyone went through. A man here that didn't like you, tricked you, you left them and moved on. You did marry a man that was cheating all up down the streets, lied to you, tricked you, told you they were buying a house, ended up with some kind of disease of sort, allegedly, laid in bed and just started peeing in bottles that you had to climb over to get. Let's just be clear. Y'all had two different lives. Y'all had two different. Yes, she's too old to believe that someone winning means you lose. Life is not a zero-sum game. Exactly. That's insane. Risa Tissa's story was unique, girl. I was stressed out. And then Onyeka followed behind Risa Tissa and got dragged. Onyeka thought her white king was going to save her and came online thinking she was going to get the Risa Tissa treatment and got dragged instead. Mind you, Onyeka, sorry, a full side quest. Onyeka is still back online talking about she showed this rich man a house and the rich man wanted to take her out and she was so enamored by this man and then found out she found out that the man already knew her story. And in my head, the man found her out to be a lick and was about to like a sucker and was about to lick. But anyway, if y'all want to catch up with Onyeka still telling story about men's. Onyeka got dragged.
I came back and like talked.
Demus, but y'all didn't drag that American woman with Nigerian king. Wait, what? Which American woman with Nigerian king girl? Wait, melanated, are you mad that we were dragging that white man? Okay, because if you were mad, I was dragging that white man. I'm gonna start a new drag because ain't no reason you should feel anyway. That man was a scammer, and Onyeka got scammed because Onyeka was worshiping whiteness. Onyeka got scammed because Onyeka sat up there and worshiped whiteness. That's why Onyeka got scammed. Talking about when she saw this blonde hair, chiseled body man. I was like, girl, this is the man you saw and fell in love. If you don't get out of my face, Onyeka, if you don't get out, if
about it in a different way, but I just remember immediately knowing like, okay, the internet's not going to empathize with you on this, like, so maybe keep that to yourself. So I did. And Risa went away for a little while, and then she came back right around this time.
Demus completely missed the Black American woman with Nigerian man from Italy worshiping. I did not see that. Send it to me, and if it's cute, I'll review it. But no, I did not see it. I don't see every single story online.
South by Southwest, and I remember I was just flipping through TikTok, and I saw her on a red carpet with Netflix, new wig, makeup, new outfit, brought there as a.
I see this. So let's be very clear. So you see this picture and you thought I should be that. I see this picture and I'm like, yes, girl, win. Now, I understand that StephCo believes her and Risa are in the same boat. I get that. But the fact that you see this woman and there's not something in you that's like, I just want her to win, feel like there's a problem with you, girl. Like it's such like to see this woman and be like, I am so jealous of her. I need her. I want her life. It's insane. Like, let this woman win. Let her win. Like, oh my God, let her win. I see this. She's smiling. I'm like, girl, period. Go collect them checks. No, StephCo is honest. Why do y'all think this honesty about your negative feeling? Like, all right. When you say someone is honest, are you saying it's a virtue in a way to negate the bad thing that they did? Because if someone came out and said, I killed someone for no reason at all, that is being honest if they in fact kill someone. That honesty by itself does not mean you are a good person. It doesn't connote a positive trait about you. You are still a trash human being if you kill someone, even if you confess to killing that person. Like, I don't understand why people are like, oh, you are honest. When your husband come home and like, honey, I cheated on you. Do you go, oh, you're honest? Okay, bye. like, I don't understand. Like, what does that mean?
Yes, by Netflix. I had just gotten my puppy Sam, and she used to do this thing when she wanted you to come pick her up. She would howl, and I had just gotten her, and I swear to God, my heart howled. That's in that moment. I replicated that. That sound came from my heart and out through my mouth when I saw her on the red carpet with Netflix. I like howled. I was like, oh, like it hurt, and then I started to cry. And I called my.
Wait, you saw Risa Tissa in her new wig eating the girls up on a red carpet and you started to cry? Thankfully, she said she worked through this. Thankfully, she figured this out, but that's insane to me. That's so wow. That's actually insane to me, and I'm not even gonna pretend that's not insane. I'm not even gonna put some. You are so jealous of someone that you cried when you see them succeeding.
My daddy, because I'm not making another video and talking about it because people don't get it. And I said, why was she good enough and I wasn't? Why?
Oh my God. Stephanie Perry just said this. The zero sum game. Why was she good enough and I wasn't? You are. Let me not say you are. I don't actually know if you are. You might be. You might be good enough. It just might not be your time yet, or you haven't done the right thing yet. She's good enough because she did it, but you might still be good enough. Because she did it doesn't mean you can't. Like I'm so I'm okay. Also, why that Risa Tissa specifically? When a lot of other people have told their story, gone viral, there are white women who've done it, black women who've done it, like men who've done it. Why is it that you're so focused on Risa Tissa specifically? What about Risa Tissa annoy you? Are you thinking I'm better than Risa? Like I feel like she's like comparing herself to Risa Tissa, and she's like, I should be there because I'm better. Yeah, why am I not good enough is I do believe it's a parent wound. It is parent wound language. I just, as someone who took 2 psychology courses in uni, I try to not diagnose, like I try to not engage deeply in this realm, but I do actually agree with you. But yeah. No, I don't think she's a narcissist. I don't think that. I do think she has a problem though. I think she thinks she's better than Risa Tissa, and she's mad that Risa Tissa got it and not her. And I'm trying to explain it's not that you haven't gotten it; it's you haven't gotten it yet.
Her. And I realized, girl, you jealous as hell. You're jealous. You resent that. And I said, okay, here's what you're going to have to do. Never speak ill, definitely don't spend a lot of time. Whenever she would come up on my timeline, I'd press not interested to the point where my algorithm never showed me her videos anymore. And then when some time passed, life changed.
Mind you, sometimes this lady annoys me. I never hit not interested. Even if like I'll just go do something more interesting and I'm gonna play her full video. I watch all of her videos. I support her. As annoyed as I can be sometimes when she's whining and crying about everything in life, I still watch her video. And you just go not support that girl because you're jealous of her. That's insane. But period. Secure that mental health, girl. Imagine somebody see me succeeding and they start howling and crying. They start howling and crying. Jesus, my financial. Jesus, my financial is insane. Yo, do you think there are people in your life who are actually crying right now because they see you succeeding? Someone, when I was in uni, someone said, I wish I was naturally as smart as you, to me. And I said, oh, I'm sorry, thank you. I never responded. The fact that they thought I was naturally smart is actually the joke of the century. Now, I don't actually know if I'm naturally smart because of how hard I work. I was a prefect, that's high school. I was in student government. I was leading student government. I was, what do you call them, people who like live in the dorm and like help you? RA. I was a student government RA. I was the ambassador for the school. I was the president of the honors club. And I was taking like 5 different classes when everyone was told to take 4, right? I would not go to bed until like 5 a.m. I would sit in my office because I was the head RA for my building. I would sit in my office till 5 a.m. reviewing my syllabus, reviewing my reading, taking notes, writing my question. I would literally be chugging caffeine to stay awake, right? And I remember two people, her and him, they both said it to me, and they were like, I just wish I was naturally as smart as you. And in that moment, I understood that they needed me to be naturally smart for them to feel better about their failing grades. Because with all the money that they had, with the fact that they did not work, I didn't actually have to work, but I did a bunch of stuff because I wanted to go to law school. So I knew I had to beef up my resume. And I remember thinking, I will let them have this because they need to have it to feel good that they are getting C's. And the reason I am doing better than them in the classes was because I was naturally smarter than them, not because I actually worked for my grade. And I just let them have it. But if they understood the amount of work and effort I put into getting them A's in all of them classes, they would not do the work that I did. I know they didn't have to do as much work as I did because they weren't involved in any of the activities I was involved in. And still they didn't try. It is wild to me that people sit up there and be jealous of other people when they know for a fact they would not put in the work to get with. Like people are like, oh my God, I wish I could perform like Beyonce. No, you don't, because you don't actually want to do the work that she does to perform. You wish you could play the piano. No, you don't. You just want the end result because you don't want to go through the process of learning to play the piano. You don't want to learn to play the guitar because you don't want to develop the callus on your finger after learning to play the guitar. You don't want to change anything about, like, if you wanted to, you would put the work in and then you would complain after you fail, not before. Like people are sitting up there like, oh my God, I'm failing in life. I didn't do anything. Did you even try? I am not saying it's easy, FYI. It was a lot of work and I would not do it back again. But at least try first before you start complaining. Imagine somebody see me. Oh, I read that already. I don't like it. Now, I am not saying people are lazy. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the life is hard and it's not made easier because you see someone doing well. A lot of people who are doing well are struggling behind the scenes. I cannot tell you how many times I call my friends mad about my career because of how I had to stay up for an entire, like, 78 hours of just straight working, no stop, because I have to turn in an assignment. It ain't easy. It's not easy for everyone.
My view of myself as a content creator and my future in the space like changed. Things stopped me. I just shifted and changed a little bit. And the other day she came up on my timeline, and instead of me being like, oh, not interested, I was like, oh, what she got going on? I said, oh, her book's coming out. Like, and after that moment, I was like, what happened? I realized I had successfully worked through that resentment, successfully worked through that jealousy. And now I was just able to be happy for her. But it takes realizing that you're jealous. It takes, saying, oh, it takes other people. I also listened to other creators who were like, we've been writing and doing things for years. So she has one story and our voices at that time were not appreciated. People were like, this is a black woman. You trying to bring a black woman down? I know y'all not trying to bring a black woman down. So we were like, okay. But I would watch people. I might make a comment or two. I would listen to conversations. I knew I wasn't alone. And then over time, I just allowed it to be processed. But in all of those situations, y'all have let me know that color doesn't look good on you, sis. But if we specifically want to talk about
yes, that color, jealousy, does not look good on you. Period. Now, you're saying this about yourself and you worked through it. She didn't say she worked through it. She said she just randomly stopped being jealous, so that's wild. But okay, we're going to go ahead with your reality that you no longer were jealous, so period, eat down. That girl that you're reacting to never got to that point. She actually said she was happy that that other girl was removed from her life because she couldn't even stand being fine with her success. Production Ingrid girl, what are you talking about? She said no, she got through it. She ain't said no, it is what it is, girl, period.
The young girl was speaking on. I was like, I have a story about that is so intense and so wild that if it hadn't happened to me, I wouldn't believe it. And the reason why I wanted to save this for my YouTube is because I really, really wanted to get into the ins and outs of what it
would exist. And it would probably be worse. Here's the thing. I think Steph really thinks that if she got a man and a child, that her life would be better. But it's very strange to me that she doesn't make very specific decisions about the kind of man she would want. Because just having a man and a child is not going to make life better. Actually, in most cases, it's going to make your life a lot harder. It's going to make your life a lot harder. She might actually be lucky. You know what? Let me not say that. Let me not say that. Because what you want is what you want. And that's just that on that.
It's like when you have a friendship with somebody over a long period of time and everything you want, that person gets. Everything. You may start off the relationship and you may be like, okay, it's cool, whatever. Oh, you got something? Okay, great. But then they get something else. And then they get something else.
Wait, why are you looking at people's life like that? Like you're like, oh my God, I'm just sitting here watching them get win after win after win and I'm not getting it. That seems like, I'm so sorry. That's a weird way to live your life. Like, I'm not even saying you can't be like, oh, they're succeeding. Like, that's a thing you can note. Like that, but like to then make that about yourself and how you have failed is like a weird way to like internalize someone else's. So that's a weird thing to do, right? Like, I'm not crazy. She did not say she worked through no resentment because her very next statement was, I saw her comment, I liked it, and her book was coming out, and I liked the post where her book was coming out, and I realized I am no longer jealous. If she had worked through it, why would she be surprised that she was no longer jealous when she liked the comment?
And then they get something else. And you consistently get nothing. The way that wears down on you, I think the worst thing for me.
I'm not running it back. I did. I'm not running it back. The reason I'm not running it back because I remember exactly what she said. She said, I saw a post that Risa Tissa was coming out with a book. I liked the post, and then I realized, wait, I like the post. I didn't realize I no longer have the jealousy about her. She said it both. Period. She said it both, period. Well, in the absence of her telling us how she worked through it, it's a chop. But yeah, period. I'm glad you heard that.
I've experienced jealousy, obviously, a lot in my life. When I've experienced it in friendships, it's usually come from three places. My unmet potential as a person. So I remember when I was a young woman, like around 24, 25, and I had a lot of friends move out to LA to try and make it as dancers. Some of them got immediately picked up. I literally, one of the guys, he went out to LA and then within a year, he was in a music video for a major artist. And I was like, hey, I realized that I didn't go that route, even though we were taking the same classes and these people would say, you're talented, you could do it too. I didn't go that route because I wanted a different future.
Wait, you were in a dance class. Your friend goes to California, is in a video, and you're jealous because you're saying, hey, so you're jealous, but you're admitting you never tried that. That was nothing you wanted to do, and you So you're jealous of someone for succeeding even in an area you didn't want to be in? You're jealous of someone for succeeding in an area that you didn't even want to be in. For a route you did not take. Period. Oh,
also didn't get, but definitely in those situations, whether it's a career, whether it's I don't know, just different things. If I did not get to meet my full potential in that place, there's been jealousy that has happened before. Anytime somebody's moving a little bit quicker than me, anytime somebody's moving a little bit faster than me, and when I say a little bit faster, I don't mean like, oh girl, I already got that outfit. Yeah, I tried it on. Yeah, but I mean, I'm still working on like trying to get my first boyfriend and they're on their second husband. And I don't think in that.
Why would you be jealous of someone on their second husband? Obviously the first one didn't work. Like, why would you, is it just to have a husband? Because if you're on your second husband, that means the first husband didn't work. So you're like, well, I guess you don't even care. Like you're competing quantitatively as opposed to the quality. Like the quality does not matter at all. Because if you're, why would I be jealous of someone on their second husband? Obviously, the first one didn't work, unless they're like, I divorced him, got him money, and then decided to date someone else. Like, I am jealous because you're on your second husband, and I ain't even got a boyfriend. What? I think you're being a little unfair. All right, I'm not saying I'm not saying I'm not. Look, if you think I'm being unfair, it's fine. So you're jealous of someone on their second husband, period.
Way jealousy. I don't think it's jealousy. It's just kind of like, God damn, I'm slow as hell. So I think more in that situation, there's insecurity. But it helps because it lets me know, like, y'all aren't the same. They're moving on their own path. Let them have their thing. The biggest way, though.
Yes, and you have your thing over here.
Biggest way jealousy has entered my life and in my friendships is when a relationship starts off as a
Demons, why aren't you reading all my other? Oh, I'm trying to read as many of the comments as possible. I am so sorry. I didn't even know. If you had asked me, the only person in the chat, there are two people in the chat that I know when they type tonight, and that's Stephanie Perry and Production Inquiry. Like, I'm hyper aware of those two people. So I actually didn't even realize I was putting up your comments. I apologize. I'm just gonna ignore the comments a little bit now. I apologize because yeah, I've just been reacting. The Production Inquiry and Stephanie, oh, also Kilo, obviously. But like I've just not been really looking at who I'm reading. Okay.
Common denominator friendship, meaning we come together because we say we have all these things in common. And out of nowhere, those things start to slide away. And this person changes. Boom. Like that has been the biggest, like, sort of nest and trap for jealousy in my life. And that is what happened in a friendship. It's happened to me twice. And in one situation, the friendship completely failed. Couldn't make it. And jealousy wasn't the only issue, but damn, it was a big one. And in another situation, I handled it differently, and we're still friends to this day. So,
all right. I'm going to give away the end of this. She's going to attempt to physically assault her friend that she was jealous of. In this story she's about to tell, she's like talking about it in very cutesy terms, but she's going to attempt to physically assault her friend that she was jealous of. So let's hear this. That's insane to me. This story is absolutely insane work to me.
let's talk about situation number one. And this is going to be the one where, I mean, jealousy really had its way. And when I heard the girl in that video describing being friends with somebody and wanting things and them happening to her instead of her, like, I was like, woo, you taking me back. You're taking me back. And so now I'm going to take you all back with me into my first jealousy jealousy friendship casualty. Because I've had one really just.
She threw a chicken nugget, Demas, laughing my ear off. Are you saying this is not her attempting to assault the girl? The lady told her that, hey, maybe you should make different choices. And you take the food off your plate and you throw it at the friend. And you don't think this was a, like, I'm confused. Can you explain this? And this was in public. To take the food off your plate and throw it at someone. She did. She said she threw it at her and she missed.
The one. I've just had that one, but it was a doozy. So back in 2004, I transferred to the University of North Texas, and I immediately locked in and started making friends. And I made friends with this girl. We will call her Bria.
When she says she made friends, please remember her definition of friends. Someone you just know. Someone you just know for a specific period of time for a specific reason. I think it is important to understand her definition of friendships.
Okay. And Bria was a Black girl from Houston, like me. She had come from an immigrant background, whereas like my parents are Black Americans. So she had a bit of a different connection to, a bit of a different growing up process.
Please note, I am going to call the police if you threw hands, feet, or a chicken nugget at me. I see them as no different.
On top of having immigrant parents, though, she'd also witnessed a lot of like partner violence in the home growing up. There have been some deaths of important relatives to her that she had experienced kind of out of nowhere growing up. So she had a very traumatic childhood. But one thing about Bria was she was very, very good about getting adopted into communities. And so when I met her, she had actually been or admitted to having times of her life where she had lived with members of her church. She was very involved in the church that she grew up in. And in fact, we were sisters in virginity. Okay. And she even had like her true love weights promised to her husband stapled on her wall in college. And I noticed that about her from the very beginning. Whereas like my family took care of me, her community always took care of her. Keep that in mind. So me and Bria met fall of 2004, and immediately we were blown away by how much alike we were, like down to email addresses that we had made.
You want to know something very strange? You want to know something really strange? That's the end of it. It is wild to me that she's like talking about how similar they are and not how privileged she was compared to her friend who was raised by other people in the community because she did not have the solid foundation of like a nuclear family in the way that Steph had it. But they were so similar, and she's not going to acknowledge, I don't remember her acknowledge this very specific kind of privilege.
for ourselves before we even met. I mean, maybe one or two things would be different, but like our minds moved really similarly. We both had a story about a white boy from the wrong tracks who got away, who might be the love of our lives, but we don't know.
Wait. Yo, come close. I had forgotten the whole story. Come close. No. This is some foolishness. We're going to sidetrack a little from the jealousy bit because this is super important. Please pay attention to what she was jealous of. Like, obviously, it's still about jealousy, but pay attention to what she was jealous of and what caused her to have a depression. Two things: what she was jealous of and what caused her to go through a depression. We're going to talk about this. Let's get into it.
We were in the same major, and we had some of the same insecurities about being Black girls who had never really dated, who were virgins, who were Christian. We were in the same like Christian organizations and stuff like that. And we just really came together in a good old common denominator ass relationship. Me and her really viewed each other as mirrors. And honestly, that was the beginning of the end there. But for a little while, it was really nice. She was one of the first people who threw me a birthday party, like as a friend. She did a lot. We had a very impactful relationship. Around 2005, the fall of 2005, she decides to go after her white boy from the other side of the tracks. And I was like, go, girl, go. It didn't work out. But, she now knew the ending of her story, and she encouraged me to do the same thing. Now, I've talked about this before, but one of my stories from my very traumatic romantic life is when I tried to connect with somebody who I had met when I was in high school. He cheated on his girlfriend to connect with me, and it all resulted in him.
He cheated on his girlfriend to connect with her. He cheated on his girlfriend with her. He cheated on his girlfriend with her. Let's go.
Flying through a windshield, almost dying, going back to his girlfriend, cutting me off cold turkey, me having a nervous breakdown, losing all my hair. It was a mess, but it was a mess that I can say it really happened because she was like, I really don't think you should let this go. She would always encourage me to do things like be on the internet too. So it was her, pushing that I got onto Facebook. Whenever Facebook first came out, she was like, you don't have a Facebook? Oh yeah, join Facebook. So I did that. And then she pushed me to join MySpace, and MySpace is how I ended up connecting with my, a tragic love interest. Anyway, so we had things in common. We had our heart broken by the white boy from across.
This story is not done.
Across the tracks. We, whatever. I was in a bit of a different state afterwards, obviously, like a little bit wrecked emotionally. And we were getting ready to graduate from college. This is spring 2007. and we get ready to graduate from college, and I'm trying to pull myself together. Or maybe we already graduated. Maybe it was a little bit after. I think it was a little bit after. I was graduated. I was bald headed. I was in the world just trying to figure out what was going to happen. And one night, my friends were like, we're going to go out in Dallas. We're going to go out to hang out.
She was stressed out, lost her hair, all of that, because she thought she was in love and she was going to be with the man who cheated on his girlfriend to be with her. She lost her hair. She was stressed out. She was going through it because the man that cheated on his girlfriend to be with her almost died and then went back to his girlfriend. And she was stressed out of I mean, in fairness, she just graduated college. she just she just graduated college. So like there's there's a lot of grace you can give to her, but that's insane to think that you were gonna live happily ever after with a man who cheated on his girlfriend to be with you. Cause he was going to cheat on you too. Like he was definitely going to cheat on you too. And if you didn't think he was going to cheat on you, girl, it's a wrap.
The real world for a night. And Bria didn't want to go. She was like, I don't know, I just don't feel like it. I'm tired. I'm just not up to it.
You want to know something really toxic? I knew immediately when she said the friends were trying to get her out, and she went to Bria, her friend, to invite her friend out. And this is part of why she's mad at her friend. I knew immediately her friend found a man. I knew that night that she dragged her friend to come out with her. That friend found a man, and that made her jealous. But let's hear this story. Let's hear her tell the story.
I'm in a good mood. And I was like, no, you have to be in a good mood. You have to get out there in the world. Like I was trying to pump her up and be there for her. Like she'd been there for me the past few months while I was dealing with the very real depression.
Her friend was there for her while she was going through depression. Had a birthday party. She was a good friend to her. Remember that, because this is going to change in a minute.
And just of being cut off from a very intense emotional connection in the way that I was cut off.
Sorry, the intense emotional connection was with a cheating man. Do not ignore that. It doesn't matter, but I just need you to remember that she had an intense emotional connection with a man she thought was going to be her forever. And that man was cheating with her on another girl. Period.
And, rightfully so, it was a mess. But she'd been there for me and really held me up and been supportive and been kind. So when she was down, I was like, it's my turn. Come on, girl, let's go to the club. So we get out, we go to the club, and we are taking pictures in the bathroom, and we are doing whatever. And while we're doing all that, apparently Bria at some point was, I don't know if it happened inside or outside when it was time to go, but she connected with a new white boy, and we will call him Josh. Okay. Now, Josh was a little bit older. Josh was from Austin, Texas. And she just felt immediately this electric like connection with him. And I was like, oh, for real? Okay, cool. There was a little voice in the back of my head that was like, why didn't I meet anyone new? Like, I'm sorry. I was just I went from talking to someone about when we were going to have our babies to
She was talking with someone about when they would have their babies. The man that was cheating on his girl. She had not talked about another man. So I'm assuming the man she was talking about when they were going to have their babies with was the man that was cheating on his girlfriend with her, that flew through a windshield, and went back to that girlfriend. So that.
He doesn't need to speak to me and I'm ruining his life and get away from him. And just what? Like, ain't nobody for me? Ain't nobody for me? So I was a little bit like, it doesn't seem fair, but I knew she needed a new chapter. So I was also happy for her.
Wait, that doesn't seem fair that the friend that you brought out found someone that she liked. Like that. What doesn't feel? Yeah, what's that fear? It got period. Eat. No, the story gets actually real disgusting in a minute.
So during that summer of 2007, she started going to Austin to hang out with Josh. And I was in the DFW area because that's where I was. And she would come back every time just like a whole new person. She was like, oh my God, it's so much fun being there with him and his friends. And Austin in the early aughts was cool as shit. I want to say from 2005 to like 2015, Austin was a millennial hipster haven. Okay, if you were into that kind of stuff. One of the reasons why I moved here after 2023 was because I knew I just kind of like the vibe of being here in the city. The city's changed since I was a young woman, but I had so much fun during those years in this space or in the city that I was excited to come back and like call it my home for a little bit, you know. And part of
Keela, get out of my face. please, please get out of my face. Nothing changed. Nothing has changed.
my love affair with Austin had begun like 2 years before, but when I was watching her come down and she would come back up and she would always be so refreshed and so happy, I was like, wow, it really must be a magical place. I didn't know that she was getting her back blown out by Josh. I didn't know that because she didn't tell me about that. Because remember, being virginity, Christian sisters was like a big part of our common denominator ass friendship. So I didn't know that old girl was going down there and getting her back blown out. I didn't know that that had happened. And eventually at some point she told me, well, I'm not a virgin anymore. I've had this experience. And I was like, oh, word. And it was that was another kind of like hit because, the year before when I had been dealing with old dude, she thought she was like, oh, you know, you're going to have all these experiences and I've never had them, you know, really voicing what ended up happening to me. Really.
Wait, so you're mad at her? She lost her virginity? She ain't told you not to lose. Like, I mean, what do you mean you mad at her? Y'all are, this is so weird. Where her mama at? Because so like she need an older female family member to tell her and pull her in when she trip. Girl, ain't nobody got time for. I don't know nothing about this virginity pact, so I'm just gonna go ahead and ignore it.
Voicing how she would feel being kind of left behind. And then I ended up getting left behind and she ended up having whatever. So she's going down and she's just developing all these feelings for him. And I want to say my guy who was a guy from the wrong side of the tracks that I had dealt with, we'll call him Tyler. And Tyler dated a girl, we'll call her Nicole. Okay, that was the girl he went back to after he flew through the windshield and almost died. Nicole was a teacher and Nicole was a Cancer. That was her zodiac sign. So 2007, Bria is hanging out with Josh. She's going to Austin whenever she can. She's getting her back blown out. She's having a good time. She's just enjoying her little life. I'm trying to figure out what the hell I'm gonna do for a living. Can't get the internship to work. I don't know what's going on, but I'm hanging out with my friends. I'm doing my thing too. So I'm just
Invite StephCo to a conversation. Why is this? My keyboard doesn't work. Let's see what happens.
I'm just like, let her have her thing, you know, whatever it is, what it is. At one point, though, we move in together to an apartment. Okay, we go from our student housing and we move into another apartment. And she's still with old dude and having a good time. And sometimes they would have arguments because he would say, I don't want to be in a relationship, though. I just want, you know, that damn friends with benefits bullshit. And she was like, I don't really understand it. I don't know why, you know, why wouldn't I be good enough? Whatever. So one day, we're in the apartment, we're hanging out. We had.
Please like the video. I'm going to probably keep this up.
A friend who was with us, and she came out of her room and she was really, really shaken by something. She was holding her big laptop in her hands and we were like, what's going on? And she was like, her name is Nicole. And she like turned the computer around to us, and Josh had a little girlfriend out in Austin, a white woman who was a teacher and a Cancer. That was her zodiac sign, named Nicole. Oh, I should also say that Josh was a Scorpio and my dude Tyler had been a Scorpio, and their birthdays were maybe 2 or 3 days apart. So even though we were having different situations, that common denominator shit was still there. Okay, keep that in mind. When I saw her so shaken up by this, a mere 7 or 8 months after I'd gone through what I'd gone through, that I was still going through, emotionally, because I didn't have nobody to run to. I didn't have another guy who was around. I just had to deal with my terrible ass feelings all the fucking time. When I saw her go through that, I remember my hand started to shake. It was like being re-traumatized all over again. I was like, what is up with these bitches named Nicole? And I actually asked her at the time if she could not talk about it as much because I wasn't able to handle it. And she rightfully so said, this is going on in my life and I'm allowed to speak about it. And if you can't handle it. And to that point, I will say, when people say, oh, you shouldn't feel that way about your friend, oh, you should be there for your friends, it was literally killing me to have to witness this happen to her after I was trying.
Mind you, her friend was there for her. She admits that her friend was her rock, that she was ride or die with her when she was going through her similar situation. And she's like, I mean, I'm assuming this is at least a year after. And she's like, girl, I can't go through this with you because it's re-traumatizing me. And I'm not saying you don't have the right to do that, but that's wild. That's like kind of mean. But like also you have a right to your own feelings. So like, who is to say you're wrong?
Heal from my thing. Like things aren't just black and white. Let's practice some nuance here. But I stayed around and I tried to support her. He didn't stay with Nicole.
You are my rock. I'm your not a period.
For long. They kept dealing with each other. And I should say this, in the fall of 2006, before everything fell apart with me and my dude, Tyler.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna take that back. If my friend was there for me, I'm gonna swallow that pride. I'm gonna be there for them. Yeah, even if I'm going through it, I'm gonna be there for them. It's not a thing that I could do. I don't care how much it re-traumatized me. I'm gonna be there for them. Actually, I don't think that's. I'm not saying what she should and should not do, but I need to announce what I would do. The storytelling is why she mad at Risa T. I think she has a good, like I think her storytelling is good. Her ability to tell stories good. Like I can't tell a story to save my life, girl. I'm gonna be laughing halfway through the story and then dragging myself. It's not a thing I can do. But I find her voice soothing. No, the content, I get.
He was supposed to come and visit me the first weekend in December, in the fall of 2006. Our first weekend in December, he was supposed to come up and visit me. And instead of coming up to visit me, he stopped speaking to me altogether and went back to his girlfriend and then ghosted me and cut me off. I had a lot of consternation and nervousness about that first weekend in December. I was like, oh God, it's about to happen again. Because I had so much hope. I was like, he's going to come, he's going to visit me. We're going to do. He didn't come. It never happened. The story was done. She keeps talking to her guy, to Josh, and they talk all the way through the fall. She gets to around November and she's like, hey, remember we're living together at this time. She's like, hey, I'm going to have a guest this weekend. And I was like, oh, okay. It's Josh from Austin. I said, oh, and I looked at the calendar and it was the first week of December, the first weekend of December, the same date that a year before I was supposed to be getting my
girl. This is the problem right here. She thinks she's the main character. I wish she had said, this is not her truth, so she couldn't have said it. But had she said, I would have felt very differently about that story to say, you knew your man was cheating on another woman and you were willing to continue to be with him. I am out. That made sense. No. That was not the problem. The problem in her mind was it was the same weekend that her man that she was cheating with, well, the man was the one cheating, right? That he was supposed to come before he met an accident and went back to his girlfriend. You thought, maybe she thought they planned it. Like, did they? Did she literally think they planned to come at the time when her man was supposed to be there before he chose to be with his girlfriend? Like, how are you? Like, it was the same week that my man was supposed to be there, so it made me feel some kind of way. Please get out of my face. Absolutely not. This ain't got nothing to do with you.
My back blown out by my white boy from the wrong side of the tracks. But instead, I was crying And I remember how much pain I was in that weekend. I still remember the SNL episode. It was, what is her name? I cannot remember her last name. She's from The Devil Wears Prada, Anne Hathaway, and Les Miserables was out. And, ooh, I sat up.
You can't invite him. This is the anniversary of my side chick antics falling. I guess she couldn't be mad at her friend for being a side chick when she was also a side chick. An anniversary week is absolutely diabolical work. And yeah, she said about a year ago, girl, ain't nobody got time.
There, and I had gone to like the corner store and gotten like a 4-pack of Sutter Home wine, and I sat there just drinking it and just tears falling down my face trying to watch SNL with my friends, and everyone was like,
she was sitting up there crying that her friend was with a white man. Now, why would you be crying? Why would you be crying like that? That doesn't make no kind of sense. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I'm trying to be like sensitive, but that don't make no sense. How are you up there crying that your friend is with a man? Mind you, you are jealous of a friend who is a side chick. You are jealous of a friend. Your friend is a black woman. She's a side chick for a white man with a white girlfriend. And you sitting there drinking box wine, crying because you wish it were you. You're jealous to be a side chick. Like that ain't. Yeah, that don't make no sense. And you're not gonna convince me that makes sense. That does not make sense. And you're not about to sit there and convince me that none of this makes sense. How did he cheat on his girlfriend if she had her V card? Girl, good question, wrong person. Let's ask her. Because she worried about getting her back, you know what, while also saying she a virgin, but it is what it is, girl.
But I was going through it. And now we're coming up on the anniversary of this incredibly painful event in my life. And that's the moment that she gonna bring up this boy. And they gonna have, luckily for me, I had a friend who was able to see more than just black and white, who was able to see I'm not having a problem being there for her just because I'm jealous, but because literally everything that is happening to her is stomping on all of the sensitive nerves and places in my soul. So
you don't think people are your friends. You don't see people as friends. You said they are people who you know for a period of time for a specific purpose. So you did not see this woman as a friend based on the way you define friendship. So you could not be there for that girl because you're jealous and you don't see her as your friend. Actually, let me remove this comment. I don't want to talk to you, actually. It is what it is. I was wrong. That's insane. That's insane diabolical work. That's actually insane. That's insane work. You define friendship in such a way that you don't actually care about these people. You don't care about them. You don't care about their emotion. And you had to center yourself in that girl's life. And that's insane. When your friend is going through it, you're telling them you cannot help them, you cannot be there for them, even though they were there for you because it's hitting nerves on you and it's so similar to yours and it's like triggering you. So you're not about to be there. You're going to go drink wine with other friends and cry about their experience in life. Go, absolutely not. This is jealousy. This is hatred. I don't like it. That's insane. Because imagine, I think it would be powerful for both of you to be there for each other crying. Because if y'all had the same experience, why can't you be there for each other?
She reached out to me. She was a Cancer, by the way. Shout out to Cancers, the zodiac sign of Cancers. Yeah. Shout out. Because she said, don't stay there this weekend. Come with me. Stay at my house. We'll eat. We'll hang out. We'll go to some bars. I don't want you. Don't stay there. So I didn't. That Friday night, I left. I didn't come back till Sunday evening. And she and I didn't talk about it. We didn't talk about her visit. We didn't talk about the time that they had. I think I might have seen him maybe coming out at I don't know. But I know we never spoke about it. Time moved on. And I think at some point she was trying to buy like lingerie or do something so she could go and spend time with him for New Year's or something. And he let her down. He never would like actually like commit to her. It was a whole thing. But I moved on.
Wait. Stop talking like that. You were still jealous of this non-committal white man and your friend. Like they're throwing shade, like, oh, he never. You also was a side chick planning to have children with a man that was with someone. Like, please get out of my face, Steph. Like, he never would commit to her. Yeah, she a side chick. You a side chick. Side chick almost girl. I'm both of y'all side chicks. I don't know what to tell you.
I hung out with other friends whenever they would be together. And she and I moved on and away. At a certain point, we moved to Houston, and we were trying to make it in Houston. And I noticed when we got to Houston that there was a difference with us. So remember, we were Black girls who were from the suburbs. We never felt very pretty. We never dated, and we didn't really feel like people saw us. I had noticed that she was very attractive to white men. Josh was not the only one. They really liked my little friend. And I didn't think we were that different, but she was very thin.
I didn't think we were very different, but people were attracted to her. I want to see the receipts. I want to see the receipts because ain't no way. You play entirely too much. My little friend, clock it. Yeah, she played entirely too much. They really like my little friend. Yeah, no, her language is very specific, and she still has disdain for this girl. She still has disdain for this girl. I'm texting you, Kilo, what I'm thinking. I ain't about to say that on here, but it is what it is.
And she looked very, I don't know, they loved her. They loved her. And sometimes we would go to the movies. I remember one time we went to the movies and there was this guy who was like, oh my God, who is that? She is so hot. Like, that would happen when we would go out. And we'd all kind of be looking like, really? Because we didn't, but I have.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, if you want to piss me off, have us go out and someone talking about how attractive I am and you looking surprised pointing at me. Oh, we gonna have a problem. It's up and it's stuck, girl. What do you mean, Brie? Yes, that one, the one that they love. Hater energy, full-blown hater energy. So you really thought you and that girl were the same. Got it. Y'all weren't. And now you're mad. So when y'all went out and you realized y'all weren't treated the same, you were mad.
Always said, like, sometimes women are.
And you want to know, it's like my friends, when I went to France, and also when I was in China and most of my life in uni, my friends were all models. Like, not all. Most of my friends were like models in magazines, all of that, eating disorder, all of that. I have never, like, when we go out, girl, we just dip it and do it. I've never really thought, like, I'm not calculating in my mind how many people went. To be fair to her, Black women have never let me rest. Like, to be fair. So maybe I've had that external I don't think I need external validation. I don't. But I have never walked out of my house without a Black woman telling me I eat down. It has never happened. So I'm just going to move on. I ain't got these problems. So I'm just going to go ahead and move on.
The worst judges. We really don't know like what men want. So we'll be looking at a girl who doesn't get a lot of play and we'll be like, I don't get it. You're so pretty. But men like what they like. And they liked my friend. And I thought, oh, well, it's just goofy white boys that like her, No. We got to Houston and baby, it was everybody. Every time I went out with her, and I had some of my first experiences feeling completely undesirable whenever I would be out with her. I'm talking about men knocking me out of the way, stomping on my feet to get to this girl. One time we were talking to each other when we were in this bar, and this guy took a chair, flipped it around, slammed it down on the ground, and sat on it so that his back was to me and he was looking and talking to her. They always wanted to make it clear when we were together that she was the one they were looking at. Now,
and did you blame her for that? Did you blame her for that? Demas, are you new to her? Have you seen her? I've seen some of her other videos. I have seen some of her other videos. I'm not new to her at all. I watch pretty much all of them, actually. To be fair, I'm usually not paying attention. I'm usually doing 1,000,001 things. But it feels like she's blaming her friend for how men react to her friend. And that to me is a like weird thing to do. But also, I can understand her feeling like the ugly duckling or the ugly friend if men only wanted that friend. And I've never had to have this conversation. But if you feel undesirable, is that something that you talk to your friend about? Like, I don't know, like, because in my mind, I'm thinking, like, I don't know, like, I feel like that might, I don't know, girl. Would you talk to your friend about it? Because I don't think I could hate my friend for something they could, like, you're just a bad, like, you're just that girl. You know what I mean? Like, if you're that girl, you're that girl. And so, I mean, I'll just be there for the ride then, I guess. I don't know. But I've never had this happen to me in my life, so I don't know. Because being ignored, someone taking a chair and slamming it down and sitting and turning their back to you to talk to your friend, if your friend does not immediately check them, then are y'all friends? Because if someone did that, Vanessa will, maybe she would, I don't know. We went out and this Latina came over and just pushed past her to come dance with me. And she tells this story every time because my arms was out. And I was like, hey, and then I stepped her out. Because like one thing, you're not about to disrespect my friend, right? So if the friend allowed the man to like continue a conversation with her, with a cheer just pushing your friend away, that would be insane to me. Something about her give extra.
That hurt me because I was in a new city, or I was back in Houston, which I never wanted to come back to, but I was back in Houston and I was trying to turn over a new leaf and like meet people. I was a fucking dud, but Bria was on fire. This girl is on fire. She was on fire and I was a dud. And what really hurt me was she didn't get it. See, this is something that I don't like. I don't like when someone is a bad bitch and they don't know it and they talk to y'all like y'all are the same.
No, you don't get to do that. You don't get to do that. You want to know why you don't get to do that? You just pointed out that you and your friends thought she was just like you. That y'all were all surprised when people liked her, right? And even to the point where someone said they want to talk to your friend who is hot, you said, Brie? That Brie? Because y'all didn't think she was attractive. So if she thinks she's not attractive, that is based on a perception that you also agree with. That she would also be confused why men like her because of what you said about her in your own story. Like, based on your perception of her, like, this is definitely hater. This is hater because you're saying she should know she's attractive. She should be comfortable with her attractiveness and look out for everyone else because she's the attractive friend. But you all agreed that y'all were all confused when men were interested in her because y'all thought y'all were the same. You said that. Oh, that's insane. This is just some hater energy. This is full-blown hater energy. This story probably didn't even happen. This is still some hater energy. Like, if y'all thought the girl was not attractive, how did she know she was attractive? You and her were confused.
Like y'all are dealing with the same thing, like y'all have the same reality. Girl, go be a bad bitch and leave me alone. But she would come back to me every now and then and still share her insecurities and the things that she was struggling with as if she wasn't being treated like a freaking queen.
She still has insecurities, girl. So because you're treated well, because men are attracted to you, you are treated well? Because men are attracted to you, you no longer have insecurities? Are you like, oh, so she really meant it when she said she defined friendship. She really meant that thing. When she said friendship, friends are people you know for a period of time for a specific reason. She really meant that. She really meant that. FYI, some of the most insecure people that I've ever met in my life were models. Some of the most beautiful people, partly because everyone tells them about every part of their bodies that they need to fix, and they fixate on the negative part, quote unquote, negative parts of their face and their bodies. And so when you're hyperfixated on the things you don't like, regardless of how attractive you actually are, you become obsessed with the fact that you have flaws. So because someone is attractive or people are attracted to them, like, what's his name? The Luke Maxine King is still out here taking meth, beating his face in, about to go do double jaw surgery because he doesn't feel he's attractive enough. Still fully insecure. All right, girl.
There was one time, and I don't have enough time to tell this story, where I had gone through something very traumatic. It was when I got robbed, and then I tried to go. It was a horrible weekend for me. And she was like, "Well, hey, girl, I'd love to take you out for coffee." And
this is not a good person to sit up there and assume that because someone is attractive, that men are interested in them, that they don't have flaws and insecurities that they need to talk about is actually insane.
we could talk about how you're feeling. I was like, okay. We sat down, and at this time she was working at a comedy club, and she sat down and told me a story about how many times men tell her she's attractive. And she specifically had a run-in with the comedian Bobby Lee. And she was like, yeah, he just said that I'm the kind of woman that any man would be attracted to. And that's really hard for me to understand because I've never grown up. I had just been through fighting for my literal life in my first and only relationship to this day, because he was talking to me so crazy, and I thought I was going to have to fight him to get out of the room that we were in. I had just finished, and I was in a relationship with him because I had hit the Houston streets, and I was a dud. Nobody wanted, and I used to wear my hair out and all these beautiful natural hairstyles. We didn't even talk about the difference that me and Bria had when we signed up for dating apps in the early days. She was getting all these invitations. Nobody would respond to me. I mean, and I was the writer in the situation, and she'd be like, "Oh, I'm sure your profile," and I'm sure, no, they're not interested. And so I'm in this terrible relationship because is this the only man that wants me? The only man? And now you sitting up here telling me that you feel bad because you don't know? I was like, girl, and I looked at her and I said, it must be nice for that to be the only thing that you're worried about.
How you know that's the only thing she's worried about? I hope I don't remember if she says I was wrong here, and I hope she does say I was wrong. I think she does, because this is insane work to me.
When I tell you she stood up so fast and slammed herself, that she got up out of there, that was a nasty fight we had. But that's how I was beginning to feel about her. I am your girl that you come back to and you share your little girl worries.
Thank you, the orphan, the person who was raised by her community and not by her mother and father. That young girl who could have a bunch of insecurities because of that. You're saying her only problem was blah, blah, blah. Mind you, she has childhood. I'm sure she had childhood trauma. I am sure that girl had tried. You pointed out the fact that you were raised by your mother and father. Thank you, by the way. I don't know. I noted that, and I said I would bring it up, and this was actually where I wanted to bring it up. So I wanted to point this out. Thank you so very much. The person who was orphaned, you were saying that she only had this problem about men telling her she's attractive or not. Maybe she has other insecurities that makes it very difficult for her to feel wanted and cared for and loved when that was absent in her childhood from her mother and father. Maybe because you opened with that. You, Steph, opened with that. Where's the compassion for that girl? That girl that was there, that was your rock when you were going through it, when you were a side chick and the man that you were a side chick to decided to go back to his girlfriend after a crash. And she was there for you to pick you up off the floor. Yeah, mind you, you pointed out that your friend was also a side chick that man did not want to commit to, that man was sleeping with and was with his girlfriend. So she wasn't actually getting queen treatment. No, for real, actually. You were saying she got queen treatment and pointing out that the man did not want to commit to her, was sleeping with her, but did not leave his girlfriend for her. Oh, girl, you're so wild. Oh, Steph is wild. Oh, Steph is wild. her first boyfriend, the one that took her virginity or whatever, was cheating on his girlfriend with her, and you pointed out that that man did not want to commit to her, and even though she wanted him to commit, he did not. The friend that was orphaned, you were like, oh, we have the same life. Y'all didn't even have the same life at all, actually.
you share your little girl insecurities with, but I don't want to be that person anymore because I'm seeing, I don't know if you can see it, but that's not who you are. Life is trying to let you know that you're a bad bitch. And I'm not getting those same messages. So it doesn't hit the same for you to come back to me with these complaints. I remember one time we went out of town. We went to Chicago together. We went out to a nightclub and it was fun. It was cute. We're looking around. Me and my other friends were like, where's Bria? Bria had met a man who was like a Mexican landowner or something. It was him. He was there with him and like his sister and his cousin or something. And she was being wined and dined by them all night. They lived in some kind of big property out here in Texas. She flew down. He got her to that property. He was like, let me wine and dine you. I met a man who.
Are you sure she was getting wine and dined? I am not saying she wasn't. I am not saying she wasn't. But are you sure? Because it doesn't seem like you can take your head up. It doesn't seem like you can be and sit still long enough to hear her story. All you saw were men going after her, and you saw nothing more. If I tell you some of the girls that I thought were the most beautiful in school, some of the things that happened to them at these parties, you wouldn't believe. Well, I mean, you all would believe because I'm not about to lie on anyone. It is insane to me that because men are attracted to her, that you can conceive of pain that she feels from this. That your pain of being rejected might not be, and you don't have to scale them as more or less. It might be different from the pain she feels. Like you want a man to date you, she wants a man to commit to her, and she couldn't get a man that she was sleeping with to commit to her. And you can't understand how that could be a different kind of pain, not more or less, but a different kind of pain.
Was dressed like one of Lil Jon and the East Side Boys, and he told me he wanted me to buy him, or he wanted to buy me a drink. We got up to the bar. He said, "Oh, I forgot. I ain't got no money on my debit card. I won't have none until tomorrow. Do you mind taking care of it?" And I just took care of it because, goddamn, whatever. That's who I met. You know what I'm
saying? Now, why would you pay for his drink? Imagine a man bringing you. Imagine it. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? But that's wild. Imagine you meet a man who brings you up to the bar to buy you a drink and then tell you they ain't got no money on the debit card. Why would you ever pay for that drink, girl? If you don't get a layaway plan or something, ain't nobody got time. That is insane. Yo, I don't think this happened because these men would be out of pocket, girl. These men would be out of pocket. Are you gonna bring a woman to the bar and order your drink and then tell her that you ain't got no money, so they gotta pay for it? Poor girl.
And I wish I could show pictures of us because on the surface, it doesn't look like one person should be treated like jack shit and one person should just be treated like. But what was interesting is my birthday is March 6th. Her birthday is March 26th. And that's Diana Ross's birthday. And March 6th is Nancy Wilson's birthday.
Wait, she said if you look at us, you wouldn't think one of us should be treated well and one of us should not be treated. So are you defining how people should treat you based on how you look?
birthday and they were both in the Supremes, but there was only one, Diana Ross. And I really started to see like, damn, she's getting the Diana Ross treatment from life and I'm not. And not only is that making it hard for us to come together like we used to, but she's also not super empathetic to anything that I'm going through. And that's a whole new story. But I started to feel.
She said she's not that prettier than me. So why is she getting better treatment than me? That's insane. So no kind of deconstruction of patriarchy and desirability at all. Just like, I actually object in her mind. I was gonna call her Risa Tissa. In Steph's mind, she's like, I looked at my friend. She ain't that cute, so I don't know why she getting treated better than me. Period.
Feel more and more distance with her and be more and more annoyed about that whole, I ask for something and she gets it. And it used to be really simple things but the biggest thing, I think one of the biggest things was that I had dealt with that guy, Tyler, and eventually we actually did end up dating. And it was a horrible, horrible experience. And the biggest thing about him that I hated was he was so, when I first met him when I was young, I loved it because he was connected socially and I loved.
Wait, Tyler isn't the guy that brought her, tell her to buy him a drink, right? I don't think so. Tyler, probably the first guy. I don't know.
Feeling like when I was with him, I was in on the cool kids. I was in on the party. But by the time we dated, he was a washed up guy who peaked in high school, who didn't even graduate, who his other friends looked at like, damn, this is a loser by the time we dated. And so I didn't get to be like, wined and dined. He also didn't value me very much at all. And so it was a terrible experience. We break up and a couple weeks later, or actually while we were still kind of dealing with each other, she comes up to me and she's like, hey, I don't think I told you, but I met this guy named Tyler. And I was like, oh, for real? Because at that time, all my friends knew, that name and that it was kind of like a no-no. So if they ran into somebody with that name, it was like, and that wasn't the guy's real name, but you know what I mean? She's like, yeah, I met this guy named Tyler. And what's even weirder is that his birthday is, we'll say, he was a Scorpio. So we'll say his birthday was November 12th. Well, that was my Tyler's birthday, November 12th. I was like, oh, for real? And she said, yeah, and I think he's 1 year older than me. My Tyler was 1 year older than me. I was like, oh, well.
My Tyler, the man that didn't graduate high school, that had no money, that was a bum, is your Tyler, girl, period.
All right. And I said, and how did you meet him? She goes, oh, it's so funny. So I met him through I don't remember how she said she met him, but she goes, but he's a dancer and he actually knows your friend from high school. I had a friend from high school who went and danced all over LA. She's like been there over 20 years. She's like still a dancer out there. We'll call her Asha. He's like, he actually knows Asha. He's like worked with her before. So he splits his time between LA and Houston. He's a dancer. And when I hang out with him, he takes me to these really cool like parties with all these LA people in Houston. Now, mind you, she was talking to a person who almost moved out to LA to pursue dance, to pursue all those things, who she had actually given me a gift card once before to take dance classes at a place where I met Twitch. I met Comfort, I met people who were on the first season of So You Think You Can Dance at this place in Dallas, dancing and taking classes that like, I was the one who had this special interest. This girl could not even clap on the 1 and a 2. How did she come across this man? But it was very, very, it was just how things would work. I would have an experience with a certain set of variables and it would be like, damn, Stephanie, I'm sorry. And then she would have the elevated experience.
Oh, so it wasn't her Tyler. It wasn't her Tyler. It was just very similar to her Tyler, but he just got a better Tyler because your Tyler was broken dusty, and his Tyler and her Tyler, your Tyler was broken dusty, didn't graduate high school. I have to add that, and then her Tyler was successful. Got it. Cool. And you wanted to dance, and she got a Tyler that could dance. Got it.
And I couldn't even believe the shit was happening. I was like, what you mean? His name is Tyler. He got the same birthday as the man I was dealing with. They're born in the same year. But instead of him being a washed up addict who nobody respects, he's this dancer who splits his time between LA and he want to be.
That is insane. The way she told the story was like, you should not date anyone with that name. Because for the first part of the story, I thought I missed something because I was about to drag the friend. Oh, the friend was about to get dragged. Because ain't no way you going to tell me your friend was dating a man, no matter how washed up and degenerate and useless he is, and you going to pick that trash up and start dating that too. Absolutely not. She was about to get dragged. I was waiting for it to end so I can drag the friend. I was about to tell Steph, no, you weren't jealous, girl. You should have dragged. Anywho, in my mind, that's what I was about to do. But she's telling the story as if it's actually her Tyler. So you're mad that she found someone with the same name as you, similar birthday as you, same zodiac as you, but just richer and better. You're mad at her because she dated someone with the same stats as your man, just elevated. Not your man, just like better. Oh, she definitely got main character syndrome. This is wild.
Would you? And she was like, yeah, but I'm not really feeling it. I said, oh, okay. A couple weeks later for my birthday.
She's not feeling it, so you're mad at her because she has options? Because she's like, oh, I have what you had, but I don't want it. Actually, I had what you had on a much better level in your mind, but I don't want it. So you're mad at her for turning down something that is better than what you had. I don't know why you're mad.
I went up to LA and I stayed with my friend Asha, and we went out, we hung out, we had so much fun. And I went to a club that she worked at that was on Hollywood Boulevard. And I'm in the club, and in come all these dancers. Now, at the time, the movie Step Up to the Streets had come out maybe like a year before or something like that. And so everybody was in love with, Moose and all the people in that final scene. And I'm in the club and I'm sitting down in these chairs with Asha, and all of those dancers from Step Up to the Streets come in the club. And I meet the girl that did she ain't got no money in the bank. She be walking around acting all stank. You remember that Asian girl? I met her, and they had actually also performed at the Oscars that year. And I was in heaven. I was like, oh, talking, asking questions. In walks Tyler from Houston, the one who had met my friend Bria. He walks in, and my friend Asha goes, oh, that's the Tyler guy that you were telling me that your friend knows. That's him. And I said, oh, and I looked at him and I was like, he's a decent looking kid. And then I thought to myself, I said, maybe Bria met him so that I could meet him. Maybe knowing her that, because she had already said, I'm not interested.
Your friend was dating a guy that she told you she wasn't interested in. You see this guy and you thought, oh, this is a sign that it's my man. I'm not going to say this because you might see this video, so I'm not going to finish that sentence. Let me just say it to Keeler privately. Period. So you are doing the thing that we thought your friend did to you. You are doing the thing that I was just about to drag your friend for doing to you. You're doing the thing that I was just about to drag your friend because I thought your friend had done that to you. You are about to date this man. I mean, I guess your friend said she wasn't interested. Insane to me, though.
I'm gonna break it off with him. I'm not really feeling it. So I was like, well, maybe it's for me. So I went over to him and I introduced myself. I was like, hey, and I think we know someone in common. Bria, you guys met in Houston? And he was like, what? And I don't know if you've ever talked to a man before who doesn't find you attractive, but it is one of the most dehumanizing things in the entire world. And I quickly excused myself from him. He was like, what? Oh.
And that's her problem because how is that her problem, girl? How is that her? That's probably why she didn't like him. He was probably a trash person. She said, I'm not feeling it. And because you didn't care about your friend, you didn't ask why. You only compared that Tyler to your Dusty Tyler, right? And you thought this was an elevated version of your Dusty Tyler. And so when she said she didn't want him, she's not feeling it, you had zero curiosity about why it was that she wasn't feeling it. So that could inform you about who this man was. And so instead, you decide to go chase that man. And now here you are. Maybe if you cared about your friend, if you cared about her experience, and if you could learn from her experience, you would have known that that's not a good man. And you would not have been in that position for someone fully disrespecting you. And yes, this is wild. A person who, because they're not sexually interested in you, would treat you terribly is a trash person. You do not have to want to sleep with someone to treat them well. So that is a trash person. Maybe if you had talked to your friend, you would have known he was a trash person. I guess you probably still would have gone over there. Knowing you probably still would have tried. Yeah, so you sit up there, try to take your friend, man, and now you feel like your friend betrayed you, girl. So you try to take your friend's man, and you sitting up here thinking we gonna think your friend betrayed you for some reason. Your friend ain't betrayed you. It's just insane.
Oh yeah, her. Yeah. Okay, well, are you having a good night? Great. I gotta go. And I think he was mad. I don't know what he was mad about. I don't know what he was so moody about. But I was like, oh, that will not be a love connection. He actually doesn't care if I die. And things continue to happen like that, where again, I would have an experience, it would have certain variables. She would have the experience and it was like elevated. And she started to have other experiences and other experiences. And I was having other experiences. And eventually she ended up accomplishing a goal of hers, which was to move out of the United States and go work overseas as an au pair. And I had had enough of, we had started getting like little tit for tats, little arguments. We got into some nasty fights. I fought more with her than I ever would fight with a friend again. Usually if I'm in a friendship and we fight like that, I go. I'm like, okay, I'm not doing this. But with Bria, you know, for some reason we were trying to stick it out. And that last year or something that I knew her, we got in a lot of arguments. And I noticed that, again, like I said, we were just growing apart. She wasn't very empathetic to anything I was going through.
She wasn't empathetic to anything I was going through. While you sit up there telling us that she did not have issues, that you ain't want to hear her issues, that because men found her attractive, that she did not have anything to talk about that you cared about. You did not want to hear her complain because men found her attractive in your mind. But she wasn't empathetic. Sure. Instead, you're right. You're right, Kilo, because she has had 20 plus years to reflect on this, and she's still telling this as if she has not done any kind of inner work to realize she was a problem. To say that that person who was there for you while you were going through your foolishness was not empathetic as well, while also explaining to us that in your engagement with her, you refused to engage deeply with anything she felt because you dismissed her feelings because men found her attractive. That's all you needed to dismiss her feeling, her experience, all of that. You can dismiss her because men found her attractive, and you think you are not the problem here? Mind you, she should know she's the problem because this story is being told from a vantage point of I was jealous of my friend. So you should automatically know you the problem.
And she was so focused on her own goals that we were growing apart. And I came into this restaurant that she was at, and it was hard for me to find it. And I think I had got lost and had been in traffic for a while, and I was dealing with something else, and I was just in a bad mood. And I came in, and she was very pushy with things. And she was like, you should try this kind of ice cream. I said, I don't want that ice cream. Well, how are you going to know you don't want it if you don't try it? And something in me broke. And I was aware that it had broken, excuse me. And I was like, because I know. And then she made another comment. I was like, I don't know. I'm just struggling with it. She goes, well, maybe if you made different decisions, you wouldn't. And that was it. I had a chicken nugget in my hand. And those of you who have been my patrons before, you know this story because I told it years ago, but I took it off my platform because ultimately it was a story about jealousy. And I know how people feel about that. But I picked up a chicken nugget and I launched it at her. And the thing didn't make it to her, but it bounced off the table and it hit one of her friends. And he goes, hey. And I said, have a great time in Europe. And I walked out and we never spoke again.
Yes, that is assault. That was assault. Like, what do you mean? If it had touched, it would be battery. That is assault. That is an insane thing to do. And to think that that's cute is not okay. Someone told you maybe if you had made different choices, blah, blah, blah. You got so angry you threw something at her. You got so angry you threw a chicken nugget at your friend who told you to make better choices. Yeah. She was having fun to get the dinner out of her country. Yeah, go stop playing with that killer word. Actually, don't. But like, only aim it at me. But like, that is insane. That's it. This is nasty work. Now, if that girl jumped over the table and started, never mind, never mind. Right, talking about I'm being hard on her. I wasn't being hard enough. I have never thrown anything at a friend ever in my life. Ever in my life. Not a chicken nugget, not a chicken nugget, not a fry, not a not a plate of mashed potatoes. I ain't never thrown anything at a friend. Definitely not some mashed potatoes.
It. And I did send her like an email and I did say, hey, that moment I felt had been coming as far as like us actually being physical, because we would argue.
You thought the moment of y'all being physical was coming? So you were planning on fighting this girl for a long time. That poor girl. You were planning on fighting this girl for forever. You believe, girl, ain't nobody got time.
It was a lot of tit for tat. I said, but there's also a lot of other changes that have happened. And I don't think that we should be friends.
Women like her scare me. Look at her eyes. It's something about them. She ain't that tight. Like to be like, just to say you threw chicken nuggets at the girl and that this was about to happen, like you guys had to fight. Mind you, she has not explained why she wanted to fight this girl. She has not explained why she threw a chicken nugget at this girl's head. She literally has not. She literally premeditated chicken nugget assault. She literally has not explained. Like someone said, you should make better decisions. Period. You probably should make better decisions. When men are bringing you up to the counter to order drinks and telling you to pay for it for them, you are doing it. You probably should make better decisions. When a man is cheating on his girlfriend with you and you're planning to have children with him, yeah, you probably should make better choices. I don't know what to tell you, girl. Your friend was right.
For longer. I wish you the best. I really do. But I think that I'm good here. If you ask anybody who knew me at that time, they will tell you, oh, Stephanie was jealous of Bria. Yeah, it was just jealousy. She was jealous. Yeah, you couldn't even tell her in it, because people would fill me in about the things that were happening in her life. No matter where she lived, communities would adopt her and bring her in. She eventually moved to another city and she moved to New York actually. And she would be given free concert tickets and she'd be given this for free. And if I made a comment about it, if I was like, damn, really? Like she would be walking on the street and run into actors who would be like, oh my God, you're so beautiful. Can I? And I'd be like, wow, really? Meanwhile, my life it just don't be doing that. Okay. That's just not how I get down. And everybody always tried to make it seem like I was just so, you're such a, who told you? Like if I brought it up, I'd be like, oh, I heard Bria did. Who told you? I was really treated like I was just this joke and that's just this jealous idiot.
There are people again with them sister lock up do that walk into a room and you just want to give them everything. There are people like that. Like there are women like when I'm in certain coffee shops and they walk in, you buy them coffee. To be fair, I try to spread it out to like people who don't have the aura either. Like there are people who don't have the aura that I try to help out too. But there are people who just demand that you pay attention, you give them what you got, you help them, and you ask them if there's anything else. There are people who can fly to Paris and at the airport they meet people who invite them to here, invite them to there, and end up everywhere, zip it and zoo it, and then come home. Right? There are people who can do that. There are other people who can. And I don't think it actually has, yes, beauty has a big part of it, but it's not always beauty. It's not always beauty. Sometimes it's body. I'm kidding. Sometimes it's energy. Like sometimes it's just your energy. Sometimes it's just your energy. And it doesn't mean those people want to sleep with you, actually. It just means like they respect, like, I can't tell you how many women walk into a coffee shop that I'm like, yeah, I have to buy you something if you want. Because consent is still important.
when it was so much deeper than that. It had to do with our identities being too intertwined. It had to do with all those very specific instances of synchronicity. And yes, it also had to do with.
Also, I think one of the worst qualities to have is desperation. It is one of the biggest turnoffs for a lot of people. For a lot, being desperate, like imagine talking to someone and feeling the pull that they need you right now to uphold their entire life, and you have to protect them right now in this moment, and they need you to love them immediately. It's like, oh, I'm good, girl. I'm good. Man.
Jealousy. And a couple years later, I was talking to a friend who he was like, well, damn, we can't get everything for free like Bria. And I hadn't talked to her.
Also, if all of your friends and everyone knows that you were jealous of Bria, that if everyone knows you were jealous, if everyone would say you were jealous of this girl, you were a problem. You were actually the problem. When you said you were going to throw fists and hands and TVs, it is a you problem. It wasn't on her, it was you. If all of your friends would confess to you being jealous of her, the problem was you. Yep. I'm that woman. I get lots of free stuff, invites, and attention, but I also spread lots of love and support to everyone. Yes, I do. I don't know if I should be woo-woo. I do believe in like a universal order. And the way she defines friendship is all I need to know about her to know that I would not even want to help. Like it is a thing. And that's really bad to say. But even down to the way she defines friendship without emotional connection, care, love for the person that she's friends with, it's a chop. It's a chop. I go out into the world, and this is just a weird thing that doesn't matter. And I say this a lot about how Black women, there's always a Black woman telling me that I'm eating down, that my skin is amazing, like out in the real world, right? But I do that back. If you look good, I will run across the street in traffic to let you know that you're eating down. I don't know. You have to give it to get it, girl.
At that point in like 12 years, I said, oh, so you've noticed? He goes, oh, we've all noticed. It's ridiculous. She's an incredibly blessed young woman, incredibly blessed. And it is very difficult to be friends with people like that when you are going through something. When you're going through, just to watch them consistently win, that's hard. And if you are a person who is competitive or entitled or just a person with big passions and desires, it can be really difficult to consistently clap for others when it ain't working out. And during the time that we were friends right after college, it really wasn't working out for me. And so jealousy killed that friendship. Jealousy, a lot of dynamics. But if you ask...
Jealousy killed that friendship. No, you killed that friendship. The spirit of jealousy ain't done nothing to you, girl. You killed that friendship.
Anybody at that time, they'd probably say, oh, she was just jealous. Oh, she was just... Well, actually, no, I don't think they would say... But they would say it definitely happened. Because it did. And I wouldn't deny it. The last story that I'll share is one where jealousy didn't win. And in this story, it was years later after I met Bria. It was years later. And I had been through a couple other things with friends, dynamics changing, shifting. I think by this time, I don't even think I was friends with anybody who went to college anymore. My 20s were so explosive and weird and just, well, yes, I was. But there had been notable absences made. I had lived in that haunted house.
You were the weapon for the... She really was the weapon formed against Bria. Yeah, she really was the weapon formed against poor Bria. Poor Bria, girl. She and them chicken nuggets were the weapon formed against Bria.
So by this time, it was a whole thing. And I moved out to LA and I met someone who I worked with. And on the surface, it looked like we were very similar. So we came together. But we were not. And I very quickly realized that we were not. Now, this person did go on to achieve a lot of things in their life that I hoped for, but...
So everyone just achieving things in their life that she hopes for. Girl, everyone around her achieving the things she hoped for is nasty work. Period.
I had, and they achieved them during times that were very sensitive for me. So like I would miss out on, having a healthy pregnancy, and they would have babies.
they achieve things at times that were it's not your. So they should wait until it's convenient for you for them to live their lives. Oh, you really the main character in these people's story, aren't you? You just you just the protagonist, girl. You just the protagonist in these people's story. She's just the protagonist in all this. Y'all just having a good life at a time that is inconvenient for me. Like that's insane. This statement right here, let me go back. This statement right here is absolutely diabolical. And you're not going to convince me it's not diabolical. This statement is diabolical.
Later. And I had been through a couple other things with friends, dynamics changing, shifting. I think by this time, I don't even think I was friends with anybody who went to college anymore. My 20s were so explosive and weird and just, well, yes, I was, but there had been notable absences made. I had lived in that haunted house by this time, like it was a whole thing. And I moved out to LA and I met someone who I worked with. And on the surface, it looked like we were very similar. So we came together, but we were not. And I very quickly realized that we were not. Now, this person did go on to achieve a lot of things in their life that I hoped for, but I had, and they achieved them during times that were very sensitive for me.
They achieved things in their life at times that were sensitive for me. Listen to that sentence. They achieved things in their life at times that were sensitive for me. Please get out of my face. Please get out. Mind you, this is about having children. One of them is about having children. A pattern is patterning, girl, period.
So like I would miss out on, having a healthy pregnancy, and they would have babies relatively easily. I'd be fighting for my life trying to date. They had a strong connection with a soulmate. Things that I was very sensitive about in that time. I feel like Bria, it was things I was sensitive about in that time, but with this new person, it was things I was sensitive about in this time. And it was the same dynamic, stuff that I prayed for.
So all your friends who were good, killing it, they were just doing it. They were just hitting all your pressure points always. Got it, period. Y'all, someone is about to get blocked. I will not call them out because you just said something and now I cannot unsee it. I'm actually texting Kilo about it right now. But someone just said something in the chat and I am dead because now I can't unsee it and y'all are going straight. There is a straight, a non-stop ticket to hell for the person who said it. You're going straight to, ain't no reason for you to have said that. I'm not telling anyone what was said. I'm not going to repeat it. But now I can't unsee it. And because I can't unsee it, it's going to be a problem for the rest of my life. This is going to be a problem for the rest of my life now because of what you said in that chat. That's insane.
I didn't get, but they got with ease. And the difference between that relationship and my relationship with Bria was, number one, I had really learned to say, hey, you're not actually like that person at all. Like they're living.
I have removed the comments from the screen. Y'all not gonna get me caught up in these YouTube streets. Y'all will not get me caught up in these YouTube streets. Absolutely not.
Their own life. Like, trust me. You may think y'all are something, but you're not. You're not. Also, I had made it up in my mind that I wasn't going to be leaving. If I made a friendship, I was going to be digging my heels in and I was going to do what it took to be in the friendship. So your little feelings are hurt because you missed out on, hey, if that person hasn't done anything directly to you, you don't get to leave. And I was so hard on myself with this that when Stranger Things came out, season 4, and Eddie was, he refused to leave the Upside Down because he thought, I need to distract these demo dog bat things. If you remember the scene, and he's like, and I'm going to distract them by going out and doing something. Was it playing the music or he was going to do something? No, the music was before. This was later. He was like, I'm going
to. I can't continue to watch this. The reason I can't continue to watch this is because y'all going to hell, period. Y'all are going to hell, and I'm not about to sit up here and go to hell with y'all. That's insane. That's actually insane. There is no reason for y'all to have done that to me. Why would y'all do that to me? Isn't calling me a tether enough?
Pull their attention to me so that Nancy and the crew can get out and they'll be safe. And he's plucked to death, and he doesn't make it. And Dustin, one of the members of the crew, they come out to him and they're holding him while he's taking his last breaths, and he's like, "I didn't leave this time. You see, I didn't leave." And that's because earlier in the series there was a situation where he left and he like blamed himself for abandoning someone. So he's like, "If I ever get the chance again, I'm not doing that." And that's what I did in the second situation. I was like, lo and behold, it happens again. Your hands are empty. You don't have anything you wanted. No matter how hard you pray, it's not coming to you. And yet you're friends with somebody, and that's just not their story. They are receiving. A way is being made. It's almost as if their life has been just written by a different hand than yours was. What are you going to do? Are you going to take your space? Are you going to throw chicken nuggets? What are you going to do? And my choice was, you're not going to leave. You're going to stay. You're going to support. You're going to do your job. You're going to be honest with yourself about when things get to you. I think with me and Bria, I was trying so hard to pretend like that doesn't bother me. I have my own things. That doesn't bother me. That I wasn't very honest with myself. But you're being honest with yourself. And also, something that is super important when it comes to jealousy in friendships is recognizing that sometimes you feel something because you really do want something more. And if it's possible that you can control it and you can go after that thing, do it, because what's going to happen is it's going to shift how you look at that relationship. So in my situation with Bria, there was really nothing I could do when it came to men and how we were perceived. To this day, I still am not perceived very well. I'm not the person you look at and be like, damn, she always got one on her. She got a long line. They don't play about her. They want that girl. They do play about me.
Why do they do play about me is wild. What? Men do play about me is a wild. Men do play about me. Men do play about me is a wild. Let's be very clear. Men play about everyone. Beyonce got cheated on. There's no need to want a roster. Also, I don't want to give advice because that's not my place. I don't need to give advice. But there's something that you are, in my mind, you are so unique. You are so uniquely you that someone will like you and appreciate you in the right way for who you are. And it's not relative to someone else. You will never win the beauty game. You can never win the beauty game. There's always someone more beautiful in some way than you. And so if you're sad about not being beautiful, first, the issue. Yes, if you have beauty on your side, there are aspects of life that becomes easier. It is a privilege. That much is true, right? But if you're like a regular person, right, you can find love. One of the things that I dislike is the idea that because you are regular, quote unquote, that you have to settle for mistreatment and not being appreciated. No, you still get to set your standards. We are all regular. We have some regular people out here, and we gonna meet regular people, and we gonna have regular lives. You are not going to jet set across the world unless you're gonna provide it for yourself. And even if you get to do that, that's fun, but that might not be the life that is like ultimately beneficial or consistent with your own principles. So I don't actually like the idea that you continue to measure yourself against everyone else outside of you instead of architecting the kind of life that you would be proud of and that you would be proud to share with someone else. Looking for someone to help you defeat low self-esteem is not about to work. It's not going to work. That's something you're going to have to do on your own. No one is about to make you happy. You're going to have to be happy on your own. Adding someone to your life is actually adding stress to your life generally. This is my theory on relationship, by the way. My theory on relationship is that I'm going to lose more than I gain in a relationship. So I have to be willing to give up a lot more than I will gain in a relationship. And because of that, I'm very particular about relationships, right? Now, if you think that by adding another person, life becomes easier, that might be the case, and I hope that is ultimately the case. But if that's what you're banking on, you might be in for a rude awakening. You might be in for a rude, because a man that is taking you up to the bar to have you pay, and you do pay and try to invest in a relationship with the man that will let you pay and make you pay for his drink while he's the one who invited you up there, does not sound like you're going to have a good relationship. Like, even from that perspective, you know you're having a burden, girl. It's a burden that you're bringing into your life. And everybody getting the same time. Right. You got a dusty, disgusting, degenerate Tyler who don't have a job, and she got a Tyler that is uber disrespectful to women, including you. There was no winners. There were no winners. Your Tyler was trash, her Tyler was trash. Your white boyfriend across the thing was cheating on his girlfriend. Her white boyfriend across the way was cheating on his girlfriend too. Like, ain't no winners, girl. And now you have a flourishing channel. You have a great audience, it seems like. And people like the stories you're telling. So, period. It's up, girl. Just look at your life and say it's up and it's stuck. Period.
I don't have one. Like, I'll never be that person. But there were so many other things that I wanted to do in my life. And I really do think that if I had been more focused on actually living my life, the little things that me and Bria had in common would have probably bothered me, but it wouldn't have hit as hard as it did when I was struggling in Houston, trying to live a life that didn't feel authentic to me at all at the time. And I think with the second relationship, what happened was I was like, okay, well, she's got that going on and I would love those things, but I also want to do this. And I'm actually actively trying to go after. So let me figure out, like, can I have a baby? Can I do this? Can I do that? And I think in actually going after some things, it really, really just further helped me understand that what's mine is mine, even if it sucks, and what's theirs is theirs.
So you were initially jealous of someone, and you weren't going after the thing you wanted. You just sat there and were jealous of them. And the second time around, you decided to go after the thing you wanted, and it made it easier. Who knew that actively engaging in your own life to get the thing that you want would make it easier for you to not be jealous of other people accomplishing things in their lives? Who knew that would be the solution, girl?
And so it really helps to navigate that feeling. And I want to say also, with the second relationship, if I had have been like, oh, it hurts too much, I'm out, I can't be your friend, I would have missed out on so many different things that by myself I never would have experienced. Same thing goes on with Bria. Like, because we ended the way we ended, when she got into her phase of life where she was really doing it big, I'm pretty sure that girl, she was one of the most generous people in the entire world.
Wait, Bria made it big, girl. Y'all, Bria made it. Bria made it. Oh, period, Bria. Bria was generous. Period. I'm glad you cut the dead weight before you made it. I'm glad you cut it. I am very glad you cut it. Period. Bria made it. I'm very happy for Bria. I didn't hear this part because I obviously didn't hear this part. Period, Bria.
Probably would have paid for me to come out to Europe. I would have been, I really do think if you can hold on in these circumstances where somebody just is really doing it big and you ain't doing shit, even though you want to, if you can hold on, if you can, process those feelings, if you can work through them, you can possibly share in the blessings that they have bestowed on their life. Because at the end of the day, the truth is everybody don't get to be Diana Ross. Everybody doesn't get to have, that's not, some people are put on this earth to live an extremely large life. And for those of us who might have, again, those big desires, those big dreams, those big wishes, but we don't have that big reality, it can be tough. It can be tough to stand next to them.
Yeah, no, she dead wrong. This is not the case, and I'm going to end myself. I'm not gonna let her end because that's absolutely not true. It is not true that some people were put on earth to live big lives and you weren't. That's not a thing. That is not a thing because she's still coping. This is how you know she hasn't learned anything in her 40, whatever, how many years of existence. She has not learned anything. To still think that you gonna sit up there and say some people just were made to have big life and others weren't helps her feel better in the fact that Bria is out here zipping it and zoing it and she's not. And instead of saying, you know what, Bria worked hard, Bria was kind, Bria was a good person, Bria did what needed to be done, and Bria built the life she had now. Instead of saying that, she's like, you know what, Bria, some people were made to be big, and then there's me. Absolutely not. Absolutely not, girl. Not when you're almost at 100,000 subscribers. You're doing well. Bria is doing well. And if you really work for it, you might be able to build that life. Now, not all of us can do it, unfortunately, but I don't accept this foolishness that some of us were meant to have big life while others were not. Absolutely not. No, because she want to blame a divine intervention for the fact that Bria is doing well. Instead of owning that Bria worked hard, Bria left from being an orphan, right, to building the life she want. Instead of pointing out, you know what, I respect Bria. Bria gave what needed to be gave. She didn't even have a mom or dad in the way that I had a mom or dad, but she really did what needed to be done, and I appreciate that, and I can say I respect that of her. Now she gonna chalk it up to someone that they were meant to have a big life. Go get out of my face. Anyway, remember to like, share, comment, and subscribe, and I'm gonna keep this up. Thank you all so much for being here. Before you leave, please like the video. Tomorrow, Kilo and I and DJ will be going live at 6 o'clock. We have some mess to get into tomorrow. We just got some mess to get into tomorrow. It is what it is. So I will see you all. Next week, we will start doing random videos on this book for the book club. So if you want to be a part of the book club, please sign up to be a part of the book club. I will try to make it public for a bit. There will be videos in the morning, very quick videos. I'm going to try to do maybe one per week. I don't know yet. And it's going to be reviewing Bad Feminist by Roxane Gay. And I'm going to do sort of essays by essays. This is a really, really good book. All right, cool. Have a wonderful, wonderful night. Bye. I'm going to the gym. It's 11 o'clock, but I'm still going to the gym. So bye.